check online for sound quality? Anybody that's who's a remote?
Randy says he can hear us. Chris says he can hear us.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're just waiting for our first presenter to join. Sorry. She knew it was 9 o'clock, right?
She just called me. She has several buildings that they're having to close this.
Should we go to the next one?
She acted like she's gonna log right on.
We could at least kick off the meeting and take roll then.
Yeah, okay. So let's, oh, there she is. Cool.
Good morning. I hope that we find you well. My apologies for joining you remotely. We have had multiple building closures this morning that I have been tracking, and so my apologies for the delay in attendance. I am just pulling up my PowerPoint here.
Why don't you do that? We're going to start the meeting, Karuna, and commence the meeting. So I just want to make sure you're aboard. All right, Bruce, we're good to start.
Welcome to the Capital Projects Advisory Board meeting on August 14th, 2026. Here at the DAS Executive Building, we want to acknowledge the great work that you have put in to do your presentations. We do appreciate that. And we respect your time. And we know it's a really busy time right before agency, ARB submissions. So we want to honor and respect your time and the commitments you've made to put in a good product. We ask that each presenter keep their remarks to the 15 minutes. That's our goal. And we'll take roll call. Amy, will you take roll?
Okay. Bruce Johnson.
Here.
Cynthia Wagner. Here. David Lentz.
Here.
Kent Yu.
Here.
William Mesner.
Present.
Justin Hurley Braswell will be here later. And Maddie is out.
Excuse.
Yes.
So we have a call.
All right.
Yeah.
Quorum is reached. Our first guest is Department of Human Services. Bruno, if you're ready, you can begin now.
I am ready. Let me share my screen and make sure that you guys are seeing it okay. Can you see the Department of Human Services PowerPoint here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So we are presenting on behalf of the Department of Human Services and Oregon Health Authority. And I am going to keep it in this view only because it is simpler when flipping through the images here. So moving to our agency overview, I think most of you are familiar that we are here to help all Oregonians in their own communities achieve well-being and independence through opportunities that protect, empower, respect choice, and preserve dignity. I won't go through and read all of the details, but I think one of the pieces that is important for this board to be familiar with is that our offices are very much community facing and are strategically located in buildings in the communities that we serve. And so this goes to both ODHS vision, which is the safety, health, and independence of all Oregonians, and OHA, a healthy Oregon through Oregon Health Plan, newborn screening, psychiatric care, and investigating disease and foodborne outbreaks. Our planning factors, current and future, based on DAS guidance as well as current trends. ODHS and OHA is working to reduce our footprint by 30%, which in our administrative buildings, we have already exceeded that reduction, not just planning, but exceeded it. And we are currently engaged in 4 pilots to explore how we can better provide service delivery and also continue to reduce our footprint even in our forward-facing, community-facing offices. ODHS, of course, is located where our public needs it and as close to public transportation as we can to make access easy. Emergent issues due to the changing landscape of business and due to remote work, as well as focus to provide equitable access to our customer base. ODHS and OHA is seeking new approaches to our portfolio that focus on ease of access and no wrong door entry points, smaller locations that are co-located with community partners. Our business trends, ODHS OHA aims to provide meaningful, easily accessible social services supports to people and places and ways that make sense to them, that are trauma-informed, culturally respective, inclusive, and accessible. Our strategic opportunities, the new landscape of remote work and pervasive access to web-based services is allowing ODHS and OHA to reimagine how services meet the needs of our clients and focus on community-specific supports in ways that had been previously limited. Facility strategies, our master plan concept is we are currently in the process of revisioning our building design to better fit our business needs. This involves a review of the entire 168 building portfolio with an eye towards future planning and development of updated building specifications that better meet the needs of those we serve and Oregonians on the whole, including those who work in our buildings. Part of this business plan and revisioning is also really looking to sustainability measures and how we can better incorporate those both in our tenant improvement requests as well as in our leases and what we can negotiate with our landlords. Demand management, new properties are leased based on service delivery need and recommended to ODHS OHA Shared Facilities Committee for final approval and funding allocation. Program delivery changes due to the escalation of physical risk in our business offices. ODHS OHA facilities, along with our health and safety partners, are working to identify basic safety standards that will be applied to all field office buildings, including cameras, fences, parking, security officers, and lobby reconfiguration to promote trauma-informed care and de-escalate by design and physical safety for all staff. Policy implementation, safety and security policy and implementation, inclusive accessibility policy implementation, new DAF space utilization guidelines are all part of what we are looking towards in our strategies. Risk and climate change mitigation, OHA and ODHS are visioning processes to better support contemporary workflows and service delivery. As part of this new specification and design effort, we are collaborating with DAS Office of Sustainability to identify materials and practices that are environmentally safe and sustainable by design. Major projects that are current, we are actually just completed with 3402 Cherry Avenue. This was a significant space reduction of 5 buildings into a single building that is client serving and is a self-sufficiency and vocational rehab, as well as central district support. 18 Shelton McMurphy. This is a building that was completed earlier this year and has allowed for the entire reconfiguration of the Eugene area for better program delivery. This was a consolidation of 2 offices for vocational rehab into a single office that has now allowed both child welfare and self-sufficiency to have additional space in their buildings for their growth and customer service orientation. 2nd Avenue in Albany, this is a CJIS compliance wall installation. For those who are not aware of CJIS, it is the Criminal Justice Information System, and similar to HIPAA, it is requirements for how we manage our data information and access to data information and who can have exposure to that and who cannot. That is managed and compliance oversight by the federal security agencies. So that is a compliance. 1511 and 1535 Commercial Street in Astoria. This is the new built to suit that is, well, it's not a built to suit, it is a reconfiguration and tenant improvement of a building for our staff who lost their building and have been rehoused at the port for the last year and a half, nearly 2 years, while we have been waiting for construction to complete. We are expecting this to be completed end of October this year and to be moving staff in early November. 330 and 368 Northeast Norton Lane in McMinnville. Again, this is an updated space where we have been currently housed with OED next door to us. And this was a full remodel of the entire workspace to create better workflow, accommodate additional staffing, and assure that we are actually meeting the needs of child welfare in that building. 700 Union Street in the Dalles is a reconfiguration that we are in the process of contracting for at this time. And again, is a remodel of the space to allow for better ADA access and also to allow for better program support specifically for child welfare and child welfare visitation. Projected major projects for the coming biennium is the built-to-suit with Rubicon in Newport, which will allow all of our programs to condense into a single area and will support our ability to hire in the area, which is currently impacted by the state of our buildings. Prineville, Oregon, similarly, this is an area that we have explored to move to other spaces, but there are no other spaces available. So to promote better program delivery, we are going to engage in a tenant improvement process that will remove walls and open up the space and allow the building to be better accessed. 1300 North Wall Street in Bend. This is a request, again, for similar workflow needs, again, for child welfare and management to have proper supports in the building. John Day, Oregon. This is a project that is in final review process for approval due to the expense of it. However, this is an area in remote Oregon that most, if not nearly all people receive some kind of supports and benefits. And so this is actually a very important service hub in the area, for which reason OFM is recommending that we move this project forward in order to support the region. The expense of this project is, of course, due to the remoteness and the need to bring all or most labor and materials into the area from the Portland metro area. Finally, we have Wainema Place in Salem, Oregon, which is, again, reworking the space largely for a better reception area and support to customers so that they can access services more directly from us. And finally, there is a small reconfigure in the Sublimity office, again, promoting customer access and intake. And then looking further out to 2029 and 2031, we are looking at a built-to-suit to consolidate over 8 buildings that we have in the Medford area into a single building that can support business flow as well as integrate service partners in the area as part of our workflow, and Milwaukee and Oregon City as the next consolidation in order to allow for a better support to child welfare and centralized business administration separate from our service delivery office. And just to provide some visuals of where we are going, this is our Astoria building that, for those of you who are familiar with Astoria, is in the old Roby's building. This is the exterior design, some of the color palette that has been chosen. And this is our Eugene new bulk rehab building that was completed earlier this year. You can see the neutral tones and trauma-aware design that is very much focused on well-being for staff and those we serve, as well as the broad hallways for accessibility. And this is the exterior of our 3402 Cherry Avenue building that I believe at the time of putting this together, the downstairs had been completed. So we were able to share at least some of the images there. And this is the new reception area for vocational rehab on the first floor. And I do believe I have come in my 15 minutes, and that is our presentation for your review and support.
Thank you. Well done. Any board member questions?
Go ahead.
All right, one from Ken. One from Bill.
Yeah, I don't know if they can hear me okay. Can you hear us? Can you hear us in the room?
Yeah, okay, I was hearing something. I'm sorry. I apologize. There's one question.
Yeah, I do have one question. You mentioned about your project in Astoria. The building is in tsunami inundation zone. And the Human Service Department, number one mission after an earthquake and tsunami is providing mass care for the community. Now, with the building potentially being wiped out by tsunami event, my question is is tsunami part of a consideration when you're selecting a site, when you develop project proposal?
Yes, when we select sites, we do look at flooding risk and less tsunami, but we definitely do look at flood risk and floodplain. And this particular building, the way that it sits, does have some flood risk, but not, I don't believe that we looked specifically at tsunami, no. But one of the challenges, particularly in Astoria, for those who are familiar, we spent quite some time looking for a building. Our prior building actually sat just about half a block from the water. This building actually sits 2 blocks from the water and is raised. So we actually have a little bit more protection than we had. And we also, in tsunami event, have an evacuation space on the back of the building that gets people to high ground and to the hill that is situated, that the building is actually situated and built into. So it does allow us some safety and some continuity of service that our prior building would not have.
All right, thank you, Katrina. Bill?
Yeah, just a quick question. When you're saying you're closing buildings, what is happening to those assets?
So as we close buildings, we are, in terms of furniture and the resources in the building, we have been sharing those out to other agencies and storing what we need, but we have been able to assist with the elder services that has been in the same Cherry Avenue complex as us. We were able to resurface and repurpose, and I do believe that a fair amount of our furniture also went to refurbishing one of the spaces that was taken over in the Cherry Avenue complex by, I want to say it was one of the military services. So as much as possible, we are sharing out those resources with other agencies, and then where not possible, we are recycling and trying to avoid as much going in the landfill as possible and really making use of those furnishings and resources.
So I appreciate that response. I was really more towards the real estate. So what's happening with the real estate portion of it?
Oh, so I apologize for being unclear. So most of ODHS, we do not own any buildings. So we are unusual. We report here really because we do deal in large projects and tenant improvement, but we have legislative mandate that says that we cannot own properties. So this is one of our interesting tensions that as we come up to leases and the end of leases, we are really reviewing, do we continue, do we not, and really trying to be good stewards of state dollars that way.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. We'll move on to our next presenter.
Thanks, Corinne. I appreciate it. Okay. Next up is employment.
Tammy's going to present the slides for me. So my name's Timothy Dunks. I'm with the Oregon Employment Department. With me today is Tammy Atkins. She's my Senior Construction Project Manager. I'm here to present our 27-29 agency facility plan. I want to recognize Chairman Johnson, Vice Chair Hessner. Thank you for this opportunity. So
You may have to speak up a little bit because this is
Okay.
our only mic.
So our agency overview, our mission is to support business and promote employment. We support economic stability for Oregonians through the payment of unemployment benefits. We serve businesses by recruiting and referring and providing resources. Serve Oregonians by providing paid leave benefit services and develop and distribute workforce and economic information across the state. Business needs, the employment department's program delivery is our primary driver for our space needs. Service delivered and functions determines measures for space needs and locations. Our primary programs that drive space needs are unemployment insurance, workforce operations, which is our workforce organ facilities, and our paid leave board. Wheel size, we have 2026, we have a facility condition index of about 8.5%, 10-year outlook about 22. And our funding sources are general fund 1% based on paid leave organ, 70% other funds, and 29% federal. We have 10 agency-owned facilities. They're considered major facilities. They have a current replacement value of about $23.5 million. Total square footage of about 122,000. We have 30 lease facilities throughout the state. The square footage is about 187,000, and 7 of those are considered major leases. Our SCI is 6.5. Our condition rating is kind of poor to good based on some of our buildings that are aging out at this time. We have the 10-year lookout about 22%. We buy any FCI, the trend we're looking for about 11.5. For future demands, we have no anticipation for any future facility growth within the agency. We're looking at reduction and right sizing as most agencies at this time. One of our biggest one was our central administration office here in Salem. We're currently looking at reconfiguring that so we can take some of that real estate and lease it out. So, no current emergent issues. Business trends seem to be stable and look stable for future bienniums. Strategic opportunities, the business needs are really the driving factor. So if they stay stable, we have no strategic opportunities. Slide showing our condition index over the last 3 biennium. On energy is our big target for this biennium is energy reductions. So right now we're trending good on our EUIs. So 2 of our buildings, Eugene and Salem, hit the tier 2 compliance stages. So we're really focused on energy reduction. This biennium, HVAC control systems, LED lighting, centralized control system. One of our biggest targets we're working on right now is our Bend Center, which had a configuration change last biennium from an unemployment insurance contact center to workforce organ location based on work from home. And put those contact centers kind of out of business, our larger contact centers, and everybody's working from home from that. And so with that Bend location housed one of our centralized server rooms for our Cisco phone system, just a large energy usage. And so we're looking to get that Cisco phone center, those servers over to the state data center to reduce that space. Seismic risk, so 50% of our facilities meet the life safety performance. Have 6 of the 10 buildings over 10,000 square foot. The FEMA 154 surveys were last conducted in 2019, and we need to reevaluate 2 of those sites based on there was some misidentification of some of the construction materials on those 2 sites. So we need to do new seismic surveys on those. Right now, we have no prioritization plan right now. We're just anticipating some new guidance may be coming out around that. To meet those requirements. So we have about $1.1 million planned this year for maintenance and life safety priorities. And then we're looking at an outlook 2 and 3 priorities over the next few bienniums of about close to $11 million. No major projects based on capital definitions that are mandated or that we need for this future biennium. Like I said, we're focused really on energy. And reducing the bright side. So, no office remodels are anticipated right now and no new building designs. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Board members, question?
Thank you.
Wish I had your job, right, with. That's great. That's good.
Right, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Tammy. Next up is State Hospital.
Good to go?
Seth, are you plugged in?
Should be good. I share my screen up there.
Yeah.
Board Chair Johnson, Vice Chair Messner, and members of the board, thank you for having us. I am Chris Stewart, I'm the Director of Facilities and Support Operations. I was here 2 years ago. I believe I was 6 weeks in with the hospital, so lots of exciting stuff to talk about today. And with me, I also have
Seth Reed, I'm a facilities strategic planning analyst.
Yeah, good to meet you all. Yeah, Steph has done a lot of work with the team. I was fortunate to get support to actually build a team that can help us develop a strategic capital plan for the hospital. As most of you know, we have two of the largest facilities under the entire state portfolio that were fairly new, but heavily used over time because of the business that we're in, 24/7 psychiatric care. And we've reached a point where we are now in the deferred maintenance phase of a lot of our building systems. And I believe last time I came, I had an empty binder. And I'm proud to say that the team deserves all the credit, as worked very hard in collecting a tremendous amount of data on the condition of our facilities and useful life. The data also on all of our equipment. So now we have a better plan for the future on how to plan for each biennium as they come forward to us. But anyway, so yes, thank you for having us. So next slide, please. So similar to OHA, because we are a division of OHA, our mission is very similar. The Oregon State Hospital serves one of the most marginalized populations in Oregon. Individuals experiencing mental illness, and maintaining well-kept, safe, and functional treatment facilities is imperative for us to be successful with our mission. And like I mentioned, we are a division of OHA. We are a rather large division with I believe a budget of about $1.1 billion. So it's very large. Our portfolio consists of 3 campuses. You have the main campus here on Salem, Peter Court, Salem campus, and then also the Junction City campus. And we have a smaller cottage campus in Pendleton, which houses our SRTF, secured residential treatment facility operations. This just one. And we also have about 2,700 staff that we have to take care of every single day and support. And our basically our size, if you can see, for all the facilities that are valued at greater than $1 million, we have roughly 885 million total portfolio value on that, and about 1.2 million square feet in area. And then the total count is 18. And all of our facilities valued less than $1 million are roughly a total portfolio value of 12.9 million with a 54 total count of buildings. And the next 3 slides, we have a couple of examples. It's always good to provide context at the size and magnitude of our facilities, so you can imagine all the building systems that we have to take care of in space. So this is the Peter Corky Salem campus. Very large campus. It's a beautiful building. The Kirkbride facility in the front, you can see the main entrance, which was rehabilitated last decade, and here we are. So that's that facility. And then we also have, this is a plan view layout, so you can see we also have 23 older cottages that flank the main campus. And you can also see the large amount of grounds that we have to take care of daily. The next facility photo is the Junction City campus, which is also rather new, slightly different in layout, but serves the same intent as the Salem campus. But it's about, I would say, about a third in size compared to Salem campus. And then finally, we have an aerial photo of the Pendleton campus. And you'll see that it's hard to see actually from this photo, obviously, because it's on an elevation view, but this is a multi-tiered campus, and it provides a challenge for staff as they traverse through the campus. It's an older campus too, so a lot of these facilities are from last century and are definitely in the deferred maintenance arena at this point. So lots of work to do with that facility. Agency overview. Next slide. So as you can see, we have a total of 72 facilities. The total major facilities, so those valued at greater than $1 million is 18, and less than $1 million, we have 54. The total replacement value for all of those is $885 million. So it's moving up quickly to the $1 billion portfolio value. The total gross square feet is roughly 1.2 million square feet. And we do have one leased facility at this point, and that's off of the Fairview Industrial Drive. Currently, we have housed our education unit that conducts all the training out there at the moment. I'd like to also give Jeremy credit for helping me and OHA work together to hopefully move that facility to HSB downtown next year. So a wonderful partnership with DAS on that. We're looking forward to hopefully moving in about a year. That's fingers crossed, right? So. So the agency overview, so you can see the facility condition index, which currently we are estimating based on the data that we have. We're lucky enough to join the first cohort with the Tririga effort that DAS is ultimately embarking on to get the state agencies that own and operate facilities into one database to hopefully standardize all the information that we're trying to collect. And that's ultimately going to help us get better data, if you will, regarding the FCI calculations in the long run. And we'd also like to use that, of course, in perpetuity to manage all of our facility replacement needs. So currently we're estimating between 5 and 10%. And the objective is hopefully in 2 years, we will have the condition assessments completed around that time, or at least the Salem campus, the Peter Corky Salem campus facility, to be able to really refine these numbers. And as you can see, all of the other FCIs unfortunately are to be determined, the 10-year one specifically, because we just do not have a true snapshot as to what that data looks like. But we are managing the immediate needs, the immediate priority needs that we have with our building systems that are at point of failure. And in many cases, we actually have situations where we also need to do major tenant improvements as patient needs change over time, right? We are required to comply with Joint Commission CMS guidelines. And also in the event of sentinel events, we then have to regroup. We have to figure out if we have to make any changes in how the patients are housed and the environment that they ultimately habitat.
Excuse me, is the plan to have this done in 2 years then?
That's the goal is to have that completed because it's part of a policy option package. Now, as we all know, that isn't guaranteed until the end of next year when the legislative session ends in June. Once that's completed, we have to go through the bond sale process. We have to go through the procurement process. The objective is for us to have the procurement process completed, so at the point of bond sales, we can actually implement the actual assessment. But we're also gauging DAS with the master contract that's being created to hopefully maybe piggyback on that regarding the statewide building assessment. So either way, we have to move forward. As you know, DOC has completed one a couple of years ago. They just came out with their data just recently. And for us, the plan is we have to move forward. So that's why it's either going to be private contract, if you will, or possibly with the an agreement that DAS ultimately establishes with that statewide master agreement. So yes, that's the objective. I think it's feasible in 2 years because the facilities geographically they're pretty close to one another versus like when I worked at ODF at Department of Forestry, we had 11 districts, we had multiple facilities spread out, and that's typically a challenge from a mobilization standpoint. Okay. And so what you'll see in the next slide, you'll see our estimated FCI range over 2 years. 4 years, 2 biennia. And the goal obviously is to have hard numbers, firm numbers, so we can actually feel confident with what we're presenting. But I do feel though, based on my observations, because I was also part of the 2017 assessments during my time at ODF, and feel like this 8%, 7 to 8% is a solid number where we're at currently. So, but yeah, more to come on that. Planning factors, emerging issues. So the biggest challenges we have are dynamic patient care programming changes, lengthy procurement and capital planning timelines. It is a challenge for us, and we're currently working with our procurement partners to speed that up. We also have 2 provisions that we've asked by the forthcoming policy option package or the forthcoming legislative session by a policy option package to bring in additional procurement help for us, because we have a large public building improvement, public improvement need. So that's currently in the planning stages. Our complexity and the active treatment environment is a big deal for us consistently. It's very dynamic. We also have, like I mentioned before, the gradual increase in deferred maintenance backlog. It is quite large for 1.2 million square feet facilities that are operated 24/7 business operation cycle. And just in general, the aging infrastructure. And we do have a lot of those old cottages too, and our Pendleton cottage that are in dire need of either placement or upgrading. And there's also a historical component tied into that too when it comes to the Salem campus, beautiful Salem campus. Planning factors. So as I mentioned before, our biggest trend, our biggest business model obviously is inpatient care services. And other challenges too, or other dynamic issues are the judicial system and how we're supposed to take in patients. So we have to consistently keep up with those changes. And again, the periodic legal decisions that impact number of patients admitted to the hospital. Strategic opportunities, like I mentioned before, the building condition assessments, those are forthcoming. Master planning concepts, actually, we're moving forward with that. So that is currently in procurement stage and close to completion for that process to hopefully embark on that during the next biennium. All 3 facilities in dire need to have a reassessment how we use the facilities in general. That includes not only our patient care needs, but also our administration and clinical behavioral health needs too. So that's I'm actually looking forward to that, because I believe the last master plan was done before the construction and planning of the planning and construction of the new facility. Both campuses. And then of course, risk climate change mitigation. So for the most part, we're doing pretty well based on the baseline that we have to meet. But I feel like we can always improve. And I've enrolled the hospital in the STEM, the Strategic Energy Management cohort, to hopefully realize some more gains regarding energy sustainability and and you'll see here that the baseline currently what our actual UI is compared to our target UI. I still feel like we can improve. I feel like we need to work a little bit more on this data. This is actual data, but I believe that the full picture hasn't been captured yet. So I'm looking forward to firming this up in the future. But the SCM has been great for us. They've helped us realize some efficiencies with how our HVAC systems are running, obviously. We've got plug loads that we need to manage within all of our hospitals. We're working on that too. And that'll include like night audits, sensors, what's functioning, what's on, what's not, that's supposed to be on, all that wonderful stuff. So looking forward to that, but the team's having a great time with the SCM cohort.
Can you explain the target versus actual? Is the 68.3 is your target or is the actual?
So
What is 203?
So the target EU for EUI, excuse me, for the hospital is 203. And that's because it's 24/7.
Yeah.
Hospital. The actual energy use intensity is 68. So I think the gap that exists is between the hospital that's being measured and all of the auxiliary buildings that are also consuming energy. That's really what we need to kind of lock in on and reduce our energy load, is those older buildings, the cottages, in both Pendleton and in Salem. So these are actual numbers pulled from our energy use over the past 5 years.
Are those outbuildings like the cottages, treatment centers?
Historically, they have been limitedly. Some now are leased out to Marion County.
Yeah.
But for the most part, at this point, they're administrative.
yeah, it's programming, but we do lease some out to Marion County. They do have treatment centers that they run out of those. So it's a mix. But primarily right now, they're all being used, at least from the hospital's perspective, more for programming, administration.
Is the commission, joint commission giving you any like facility gaps or deficiencies in their reviews?
In the cottage.
In any of those, in any of,
No, their purview is generally in the treatment care areas. So when they survey, they focus generally on the areas of treatment. So the treatment that does happen outside of the secure perimeter is generally through Marion County.
And also licensed through CMS too.
Yes.
Is temperature control managed by staff or by patients?
EMS.
CMS. Yes. And Joint Commission, our last survey was, I remember when I was giving this presentation 2 years ago, I was waiting for it to happen. It happened later. I think we talked about that. And the findings tied to facility operations were very minimal. And I was pleased that the team is doing a great job. But again, with an aging infrastructure, that we might not get so lucky next time. So we're working really hard to minimize that. Seismic time. The seismic risk, the good thing is both our Pinnacle Mead Salem campus and our Junction City facilities meet the building life safety seismic hazard requirements or standards. We have a part of our prioritization plans. We have 2 facilities. One is our Salem facilities building, and the other is our Pendleton, one of our Pendleton facilities, to undergo seismic risk assessments to give us more of a more data, if you will, to inform future investments in those facilities. I don't know why the facility building here was not part of the overall rehabilitation project back in the early 2010s, but those 2 projects are on our radar. And then, of course, additional studies will be completed on the remaining auxiliary buildings once the master planning effort is completed, because at that point, we'll know what the long-term need is and what those investments.
With respect to life safety, it's just life safety, meaning that they're not functioning afterwards.
After the
Earthquake, after the
Right.
event.
Correct.
So you have to have some sort of contingency plan in place.
Correct, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Agency plan summary. So here, this is a quick breakdown of the total asks via the 2 policy option packages that we're presenting this year. And that the total is $30.7 million. Here you can see the breakdown based on the 5 different priorities. And then quickly jumping to page 15, this is a breakdown of all of the major projects, the projects valued greater than $1 million. And just real quick, the Salem Facilities Building Safety and Efficiency Renewal Project. So that's one of those investments we've talked about that's needed for that facility. It's very old and it's functional, but it's very deficient. The agency-wide pavement and renewal and ADA alignment, that's across all 3 campuses. We have a need to realign our parking, add parking, and add additional ADA spots, if you will, at certain locations. The Junction City Dental Office Tenant Improvement Project, that's for patient care. The Salem Campus Seclusion Room Renewal Project, that's to replace all of our existing seclusion room doors and also take advantage of being mobilized to undertake a couple of other room improvements for the seclusion rooms and the adjacent restrooms. Our EMS for the HVAC and lighting controls, there's an investment for that request. Cooling tower drift eliminator renewal project is also on that list. The security camera replacement project, it's a very large ongoing investment need that we have. We have about 1,400 cameras alone in Salem and about over 400 in Junction City, I believe. Those cameras have a useful life to them too. So we're constantly playing catch up with the software that runs those. The workstations where we have the video feeds, ultimately we monitor the video feeds and servers that are tied to that. So that's an ongoing need. And then the security mag locks at the campuses, that's also an aging system that we have that we need to constantly chase. So that's that, and that's it.
Great. Any other board questions, Cynthia?
Yeah, I think I have a question. You this is all great, and I understand. I'm from Salem Health. I
Yes.
completely understand how you have to make priorities. Are you also planning for, and maybe that's what you're going to be doing in the next couple of years, how many patients are you planning for 50 years from
Yes,
now?
master plan.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that will happen.
Initially, the master plan was for administration only, just because we're bursting at the seams.
Yeah.
Because of the adjacency, we need people in the hospital,
Right.
and that quickly expanded to patients. Yes, so.
So
yeah.
that would be to,
Absolutely.
and as part of that, where you need to hit.
And the other challenge that we have, because we're full.
Yeah.
Right? And so when we have to go in and do improvement projects, we really can't do that. Our patients have, right?
Yeah.
They're in a secure environment.
Yeah.
Being taken care of, so that we should take that into consideration too.
I mean, at some point, there's gonna need to be a new inpatient something somewhere at some point.
I would assume.
So otherwise, dealing with where it is now, it's a great climate.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Seth. We'll move on to our next.
So our next presenter is the Department of Corrections.
Are we ready? Good morning. I'm Tracy Wilder. I'm the Facilities and Distribution Services Administrator for the Oregon Department of Corrections.
And I'm Mike Burke. I'm the Facilities Business Manager and the Acting Sustainability Program.
We're here to present our Capital Planning Advisory Board presentation for the 27-29 biennium.
Daniel, can the speaker hear?
Can you hear me?
Not very well. I'll speak up a little
Yeah, I
bit.
think if you
I'll try to talk louder.
Thank you.
Project. Thank you. All right. So the Department of Corrections overview. Our agency mission is to protect communities, promote accountability, and transform lives. Our agency business processes, the Oregon Department of Corrections conducts a wide range of operational, administrative, and support functions, including supervision of incarcerated adults, rehabilitation, education, vocational training, behavioral health, and health treatment services, food services, facility maintenance, capital construction, and infrastructure management, to name a few. Our primary funding source is general fund. We don't really have very many other funds certainly to support the agencies. Agency overview of 21 facilities statewide. We own 16 major, 3 minor, and we technically have 3 lease agreements right now, but I'm saying 2 for the 27-29 biennium because we are working towards adhering to the governor and DASS's recommendation to reduce lease space. So later this year, we will be eliminating 1 lease facility and moving into state-owned space that we have. So, we have approximately 5.3 million gross square feet of floor area. And we will have 33,000 square feet of leased space, excuse me, for a current replacement value of $7.8 billion. The next slide will show you our current replacement value by institution or facility. This is a snapshot of our CRV excluding leased facilities. And the next slide after that shows our current priority 1 through 4 needs at each institution. Our current facility condition assessment results for the next 10 years is equal to 3.4 billion. Current facility condition index priority for 1 through 3 for buildings valued at over 1 million is $717.3 million. The next slide is just a graph of our facility condition index. The 9.2% FCI is only considering buildings greater than 1 million, but if we included all buildings in the portfolio, FCI is 10.42%. These values were calculated in the ongoing facility condition assessment that is mostly completed 2026. So this biennium, we've been conducting an FCA, and it's almost complete. We just don't have the written report finalized yet. So the FCI reduction for buildings larger than 1 million is attributed to the removal of older facilities to include the Dome Building, Mill Creek Correctional Facility, Shutter Creek Correctional Facility that were removed from our facility portfolio when Governor Brown closed those facilities, and we no longer own them. So a fair portion of the reduction is attributed to the hard work of renewing, restoring, replacing, and maintaining our facilities that is completed by our internal facility services and physical plant teams. Overall, the trend line has remained relatively flat over the last several biennia. For energy use intensity, building performance standards. We have 1 that is a tier 1 facility and 12 that are tier 2, and that is considered a special category because of the AICs that we house and are responsible for in those institutions. Our portfolio weather normalized energy use intensity is at 136.12. We are currently evaluating our EUI intensity target and hope to have that completed by the end of next summer. Our initial BPS compliance estimate is 30% below EUIT, 40% are above but near EUIT, and 30% are well above EUIT. 80% of our buildings have an energy management plan through the 50,001 rating certifications, but all facilities will have an updated energy management plan by 2027 as required by agency policy. And all facilities will have an updated operations and maintenance plan by the end of the summer of 2027.
You say by for the last bullet, by 2027?
Yeah.
Does that mean like January 1st of 2027, or does that mean December 31st, 2027?
This one.
The energy management plan will be completed before the BPS requirements. They require submissions to be submitted 1 year prior to the due date, and the due date is June 1st and July 1st, 2028. But we must have the EMP's energy management plans 1 year prior. So by June or July, depending on what year it is.
Thank you.
Seismic. Our current belief is that no DOC building meets current life and safety seismic code based on the governor's new executive order. Prioritization plan, buildings will be prioritized based on the building's activity type as defined in ASHRAE 100 and the building's subsequent role during an emergency. We're planning seismic retrofits at Oregon State Correctional Institution, Sandium Correctional Institution, and Columbia River Correctional Institution for the 27-29 biennium. You'll see in my budget request, I'm asking for $30 million for that.
You said that no building meets the current life safety standards. Is it based on the engineering study or based on?
Our just assessment in our last FCA, we haven't done a formal seismic evaluation, and we will do that in the next biennium to verify what buildings are seismic ready or not. But as you may know, most of DOC, we have buildings that are over 100 years old. And so our newest facilities were not built to current seismic codes.
Okay, so typically for DOC facilities, if I understand correctly, is that designed just like a hospital, category 4 facility. So if they build probably within the last 15, 20 years, very likely they're gonna still okay. They should be able to meet it. You don't have anything newer than 20 years?
When was the ridge built?
The next slide goes over,
Okay.
kind of,
Sure.
it'll give some of those details.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. EOCI, OSP, SCI, South Fork Forest Camp, Oregon State Correctional Institution, and CDC were all built between 1894 and 1969, and we know those are not seismic ready. I will share though, when we've done improvements, and you'll see at the end of my presentation, when we updated a storage tank, we made sure that it was seismic ready when we installed it. So there have been some, but overall, the buildings are not seismic ready.
Yeah, so you do have some actually built from 2000 and 2007. Those are likely meet current seismic standards.
Pretty close. We're looking at current as of today. There may be some other codes that we're not aware of that may not have been applied then. But that's part of the assessments to track down those details.
Planning factors, managing and growing deferred maintenance backlog in an aging facilities, seismic resiliency, and by extension, renewing critical utility infrastructure, and achieving building performance standard compliance while maintaining operations. Those are our focus as we move into the next biennium and look at maintaining the critical infrastructure in the buildings that we own. Questions? Current plan cost summary. Priority 1, deferred maintenance and life safety, estimated at $183 million. Capital renewal for priority 2 and 3 is $562 million. And seismic and risk priority 4 is $30 million that we're asking for. And priority 5, we don't have one on. 10-year plan cost summary. Priority 1 is at $183 million. Capital renewal 3.25. We need to determine our seismic risk. And our total portfolio is $3.43 billion in facility condition assessment.
So you have not done any engineering study, but you are asking for $30 million to improve seismic. What's the basis for you develop $30 million request?
So we're going to use a portion of that money to do an assessment on the 330 buildings that we have, and then use the remainder of the money to start seismic retrofitting at one of the 3 institutions identified.
How was that developed?
We're asking for money to develop it. So that
You need $30 million to do the planning, do the assessment. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said we'll use a portion of it to do the assessment and then to begin seismic retrofit. So the remainder of the $30 million will be used to start.
Do you have a breakdown for those? How much is going to go to the assessment? How much will go to the retrofit?
I don't get that.
I'm just curious because one of the things we will discuss is that, are we comfortable with your budget request?
Mm-hmm.
And without understanding the details where the number is coming from, it's going to be difficult for us.
The next slide goes over some more of those details at the sites. We know these sites for certain do not meet, even though they may be built at certain times. Don't meet seismic, so they will need to be retrofitted. But we plan to use a portion of that to, we don't have an exact number yet, to do the assessment on.
We would like to focus on Columbia River because it's in a floodplain. It's built next to the river and we know it's not seismic resilient. So start performing life safety improvements.
Now, from previous engineering assessments done, it was built during the construction phase. From the 90s.
Excuse me, I just looked down. Did you say the facility's in the floodplain?
It's in the Columbia Slough.
Oh, right.
So to Kent's question, though, this is still these ballpark numbers, so.
The 30.
The size of it's
Yeah,
10
5
and 10, and then it's something's for engineering, something's for actual work.
Yes. We started the FCA before the seismic. That's why we're FCA did.
The following slide is just an example of some work that we completed using last finance funding. This was the example I was providing regarding the generator and fuel tank that's, you can see the seismic straps on it. So we removed two existing generators and an underground storage tank and installed a retaining wall, replaced the generator with 2 megawatt generators and installed a 30,000 gallon UST that meets seismic and TEQ requirements. The total cost of this over a 2-phased approach was $7.1 million. This is an example of the HVAC control and mechanical upgrade project that we're currently performing at Columbia River Correctional Institution. The total cost is $1.5 million. The original controls had failed and staff were restricted to manually controlling the HVAC equipment throughout the facility. With a combination of new HVAC equipment and controls, the Energy Trust of Oregon's technical analysis study estimates a potential energy savings of 279,400 kilowatts and 32,600 therms per year. Approximately $100,000 per year savings. The next slide demonstrates a roof replacement project that we utilized funds from last biennium to perform. The last full roof replacement was finished in 1996. We hope to be done with this by the end of this year, and the total cost was $9.9 million.
I assume your costs are just probably exacerbated just because of the conditions, the security aspect and everything else. Is that, I assume that adds to the construction cost of your projects.
Well, Oregon State Correctional Institution is a very large facility, so I mean, it's not, I don't have the growth square feet in front of me, but.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking out loud. I really don't need an answer. I'm just like, I'm assuming that adds complexity to your projects.
This one, not necessarily so, because they're not coming into the institution where the AICs are housed. This was outside, but this particular project did see, had a lot of challenges because of the roof decking and deck deflection that had to be updated. So we ran into a lot of hurdles in completing it just because of how the roof in 1996 was installed.
So is the roofing replacement project is going to happen in the next 2 years?
No, it's happening right now.
It's happening right.
It's what we're using last funding.
Oh, okay. Do you know if this building is slightly efficient?
It's not.
It's not, okay.
We're asking, is it or isn't, is it not? It was built in, it's one of the earlier ones. It's old facility, so it's not seismic.
So it's just, it is seismically efficient.
It is seismically efficient.
Well, deficient, I think.
Sorry, yeah, deficient.
Deficient.
Okay, yeah, typically it would be better to combine the seismic retrofit together with the re-roofing project at the same time, so you can have some synergy built into it. If you do separately, later on when you do the seismic retrofit, you're gonna tear out the new roofing just that's it's a waste of money.
We started this before this seismic executive order was installed, but we do retrofitting the update projects at institutions. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Can I pontificate for a second? It just seems scary that almost all your facilities are not seismically sufficient. And in an earthquake, which we see coming, according to Kent, everybody's free to go. As soon as the things start shaking and falls
Yeah,
down.
they typically after earthquake, you will see there's, I've been to many earthquakes. 2007, I was in Peru. People ask us to leave, go back to our hotel room before it get dark because the jail was empty.
Yeah.
So even the fencing fell?
Well, they've been, after earthquake, it's, if the building is not safe, what are you gonna do?
I mean, you're not gonna release everybody because it's not safe. I wouldn't think.
It's not released, it's the people just broke the building because it was so severely damaged.
Get out,
Yeah,
yeah.
they got out.
So we were just audited through the Secretary of State, and part of the audit results asked us to find emergency, like have a backup emergency prison, and we're currently working on evaluating that in for this instance. So if that were to happen, so we're in the process of that, but you're right. Significant concerns. We'll be using this money to evaluate where we should focus our money first and making certain that our buildings are seismic resilient.
Yeah, the other thing is also sometimes I found is that if you request funding from state, if you ask for a certain amount of money as for the project cost, you're gonna be limited by that dollar amount. And then that's gonna force, you may not be able to carry out the seismic improvement you need. That's just, I just speak from my past experience. It might be better for you to request how much money you need to do the seismic study. Then come back, ask for how much you need to do the construction, actual construction. Instead of doing this ballpark throw 10, 10, 10 for all three places. Seems like it doesn't put any confidence.
All right, thank you. Any other question from the board members?
Just for clarification, there is, and I understand, just, if it would have been easy, you would have built new prisons already. Is there anything in the future that for new
The
buildings?
last biennium, we sought funding to do a feasibility assessment for the replacement of our state penitentiary. And we're currently in the process of performing that study to replace Oregon State Penitentiary. We hope to have that report finalized going into the next biennium and presented to the legislature to seek additional funding to replace OSP.
So at some point, that
Yes.
request will come up.
Yes.
Thank you.
One other follow-up question, just in the earlier question about hospitals, like, hey, you're planning for 50 years out for hospital beds. I mean, how are we planning? And hopefully, so if we're planning like, oh, we're going to double our prison population, but I assume that has to be part of our analysis.
Yes.
And is that, do you have a 50-year strategy or anything in that space as well?
I don't know that we have a 50-year strategy.
Or
Our prison population has remained pretty steady. So at this point in time, we don't have any indication that we need to expand.
How many people are incarcerated?
12,000, I think, about.
About 12,000. There is a statute that we have to follow to determine if we have AICs. We have to look at alternatives, available space, other states, et cetera. We have to look at those before we build the building. But we do have space available for certain areas, and we do have plans to open those as needed to meet those population increases. But we use a multifaceted formula to determine the prison population. And that's
See that it's very complex. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Michael. Can we move on to the next one?
appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Going or are we taking a break?
Why don't we take a 5?
Okay, 5-minute water break.
No.
Yeah, I found a lot of groups.
I can tell you.
the great work. And we'll ask Department of Administrative Services, Jeremy Miller to present next, if you please.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair Johnson, Vice Chair, Capital Planning Board. I appreciate the time. I have a fairly robust slide deck, so I'll kind of move quickly through some of it and spend some more time on other items. So just a real quick agency overview. We are the Department of Administrative Services, Enterprise Asset Management. So therefore, we try to set standards, create accountability. We are the central administrative agency, and we are not only trying to move our body of work, but we are trying to also assist agencies within the enterprise to elevate their level of work and step in and assist where we can. That's to include financing, budgeting, procurement, human resources, IT, fleet and parking, training and distribution as well. Currently, we are carrying 87 facilities. 35 of those are major facilities. We have a CRB of 1.3 billion and our total square footage is 3.6 million. We currently do not have any leases within our portfolio for data. Our FCI, Facility Condition Index, is at 8.8%. You'll see that's slightly higher than it was last biennium. We were, I believe, at about 6.6, 6.7. If we were to stop investing in our facilities, we would be at a 39.1% 10 years. And as we have planned, it's a 0%, but for data is a little bit tired, and you will see, well, I don't believe I'm going to speak to it in this slide deck, but we do have funding in place to get all new FCI data within our facilities. We're going to try to be leaders for the enterprise. We're going to invest in it, set it all up in Riga so that there is a standard set for other agencies to be able to use.
Can I say a question just for clarification? When people talk about they're getting their FCIs done, does DAS tell them who they use? Does everybody use the same?
Yes, we're currently heavy on Joe, creating an RFP, and we're going to be placing a contract in the enterprise solution contract.
Okay.
It has the cost per square foot for office buildings, and then we're also going to have a layer of HB 3409 for energy use data to be able to put into Tririga, and that will be available to all agencies, and we are targeting
second quarter 2027.
Q2 2027. That should be available for everybody.
So everybody would use at least there's a standard how they get their FCIs or who does.
Yeah, and that's what's a little bit difficult for agencies, in my opinion, at this time, is that we have to have that cost per square foot so that they can put it into their budget to request the funding.
Sure.
Right now, they're kind of making up the numbers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
All right.
Thank
So for every one of our projects, we go through a extensive rubric of how do we determine what we're going to do, what are we going to try to accomplish. So we always contemplate deferred maintenance. A newer one that we've always contemplated was utilization, but now we have the portfolio repositioning and utilization. As you know, we've been directed to reduce our leased office square footage by 30% at the enterprise level. So we're not only working on the DAS owned portfolio, but we're contemplating all private leases and how we can stack them into not only the DAS owned portfolio, but ODOT. They've been great partners in this effort, and the lottery building, PERS building. So we're evaluating all of the different state assets. And then by December of 2027, we will have a document that states how we plan to accomplish the 30%. We actually are getting really close to having it on paper, but one of the challenges we have is we can't say this specific lease is going to be moving because we have to work with that agency so that they can communicate with their employees. So we're still kind of trying to find that middle ground. So even with DAS projects, we go through a lot of work with the agencies. We get a plan together. We determine when the construction can be completed, and we have to put a communication plan for those agencies to be able to speak to their employees. Otherwise, if they just hear about it, it causes quite the firestorm. Yeah, it's typically around parking. Energy standards.
On the question on the lease. So I understand that, reducing, I assume that's third-party leases.
They are.
Right. And then the other agencies have the same pressure, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I assume that's third-party leases. So it's not like DAS is leasing to another facility, that lease is not. Is that part of that same math?
So we have over 650 leases that DAS signs for agencies. So we're not leasing space for DAS, but we have a leasing department that is engaged with agencies to create these leases.
All right, okay, so are all those, okay, so here's, sorry, that takes so long on this question. Are all those leases that you operate through third parties? Or are you leasing DAS buildings to another agency that the state owns?
Trying to track that.
So what's the definition of a lease? So does DAS lease state-owned buildings, state-owned property to other agencies?
Yes.
Okay. When the mission to reduce leases, does that include state-owned property as well, leasing to another agency, or is it just third-party leases to get out of?
We are utilizing the state-owned assets to try to reduce the cost of the private leases. So we also, another layer to this is contemplating our portfolio and which buildings will we potentially dispose of because we won't need them.
Right.
So we also have direction to keep urban cores leases in place. So downtown Portland, downtown Salem, we have isolated and marked specific leases that we want to retain because that helps the cities.
So if I'm another agency and I'm leasing DAS property from you that's owned by the state, that is not one of the leases that I have pressure to get out of. It's
no, we want to retain you, but we also we also want to shrink your footprint.
Right, no, understood. But I was trying to make sure that I want to make sure we're not just following blindly, oh, let's just reduce all leases by a third, and then at the same time, I'm like.
No, good clarification. Makes sense. Yeah.
We're being very careful and tactful to support cities, support state-owned assets. And then with 25-22, that's a whole nother layer where we get to contemplate which buildings should we be thinking long-term retaining. Because it's not always the best to put them in a state building. It may be better to retain a lease somewhere. So,
right, good point.
But Karuna, in her presentation, we aren't going to go out and buy a building in Astoria, Oregon. That just isn't good business. So,
Thank you.
Oh, man. And then obviously we are now contemplating seismic. We always have. We had kind of had a self-imposed contemplate life safety in facilities, but now obviously with 25-22, we have to come up with a plan by 2060. Another quick overview of we have a 6.4% to 8.8% for the FCI. Before we get into the new request, I wanted to just kind of celebrate some of the accomplishments. So last biennium with CPAB, we had requested a $50 million project here for the executive building. We have other funds in DAS, so sustainability funds, capital improvement funds, and the project total was just north of $52 million in the end. And we were about 0.8% over budget overall. So this is celebrating the fact of we can do what we say we're going to do. We achieved life safety. We achieved our EUI goals. We achieved our seed goals. And we have also reduced our footprint. The general services building, we have now moved DAS at GSB into the executive building. So now we're looking for leases to backfill the general services building.
Jeremy, one other question. So we've been talking a lot about earthquakes, right? I always appreciate Ken, bringing up that topic. How is, and life safety, again, it's different than functional government post-earthquake. So how are we positioned to ask that we're going to have a functioning government post a 7.0 earthquake?
So that's a really good question. So I'm partnered quite closely with the State Resiliency Officer, Shauna, and we have that conversation. Like, what do we need to have these regionally based facilities that could be operational post seismic events? So North Valley Complex, for instance, that is immediate occupancy, but we are missing water. So we know that is something that we'd have to contemplate. How will we have water in that building? The executive building is life safety. And then you're going to see later in my presentation for the labor and industries building, we at minimum will be life safety, but we are going to contemplate immediate occupancy and what that cost would be. And
I'll offer up something from my company. So we built an integrated operations center that is the nerve center of our grid that's meant to survive. You're more welcome to come take a tour in it.
that'd be great.
If you wish, I can make that happen. And it has, water, it's on, it's meant to survive the earthquake. So we can work that offline.
Yeah, at a state level, we have a treasury building.
Yeah.
Treasury building is meet exactly the same intent. It's a continuity of government.
It is.
Yeah. On-site water, on-site power, everything. Yeah.
So
Good point. Go ahead.
sorry, Chief. So we've integrated hoteling stations, shared collaboration areas, and flexibility, and we've learned a lot through this building. And it continues to evolve, and we're taking the lessons learned here, and then we're putting those into our future projects. Quick update, $150 million bond request that we received last biennium for the Labor and Industries building. We have our architects hired, onboarded. We did our first walkthrough with general contractors this week, and we anticipate having a GC hired and working with us by the first of the year. We currently will be moving the Labor and Industries DCBS into the Revenue building to partner with Revenue. And then at the conclusion of this project, we'll be lifting Revenue and DCBS and placing them into the L&I building. More to come about what next steps will be with the Revenue building. Energy, HB 3409, House Bill 3409. We have 20 tier 1 buildings. Of those, we only have 3 that are non-compliant. So our energy work in the past has really paid off. One of those 3 buildings is the Labor and Industries building. Therefore, that's why it was targeted. We knew that it had some depreciated assets, end of life, so on and so forth. Pendleton State Office buildings in our 10-year plan, I believe it is subject for 2032 or 2034. I can't recall what we marked that into our capital plan, but we do know that there's investment required in Pendleton, as well as the Department of Environmental Quality and Public Health Lab that's up in Hillsborough. Frankly, the EUI target, we're over it quite a lot, and it is the intensity of the lab space. So we have been having conversations with the Department of Energy and saying a lab isn't a lab. There's multiple types of labs, and we will ultimately do an energy audit of the facility and put together a plan for that building. But I don't know that we'll ever be able to make EUI, but we're going to continue pushing forward. Seismic. Currently, we have about 13% of our buildings do meet life safety in alignment with EO 2522. The goals for this next upcoming biennium is that we're going to do a new seismic assessment of our entire portfolio. We're hoping to have Kent's help and regionalize the state. And what our goal is to ultimately put together a estimated cost per square foot for different types of facilities so that we can start working towards a whole cost for the enterprise, not only just with FAS, but build tools for other agencies to be able to use to anticipate and prioritize their buildings. Right now we're going to get into the fun part. Major projects are 2729 requests. So right on top, you'll see the portfolio repositioning for 115. And then we have 8 million for HSP for some deferred maintenance items. Our fuel island for 7.5, and then our continued efforts with the building automation system. So this is a new way of going about it. Portfolio repositioning, we're requesting $100 million bond, and then we're asking for 15 million non-bond from our capital projects funds, which is a differentiation between us and other agencies. We have our capital projects fund, which is funded via rent. So as we get money out of the CPAB, we build a project that gets built into the rent. That rent comes in, we depreciate the cost of that project. If it's electrical, it's 20 years, if it's different types, 10, 15, 20 years, and so on and so forth. So therefore, it's not general fund, it's other fund. This is DAS funded projects. Bond funds don't cover all project costs. Therefore, we ask for the 15 million. That would be for travel, for contractors. There's a list of very specific items that we can't pay for with bonds. These are all anticipated anticipated to be 20-year investments. So you'll see this money specifically states it is not for seismic upgrades. This funding is a request to react to the 30% reduction of overall office space. Our facilities were designed for 100%, 80% utilization, 100% occupancy, 5-day-a-week work. You'll see when you go through the executive building, it is completely designed in a different way to where it's different work groups sharing space, and our buildings are not set up for that. That's what this funding is for. How did we come up with $100 million? We broke down each building that we discovered which buildings had lower utilization, which buildings we know we want to retain. So these are high impact buildings on the Capitol Mall, Portland State Office Building. And as we roll through, I do have a price breakdown. I'm not going to get into it just because of time, but we did calculate a cost contemplating deferred maintenance, furniture, who's going to be in the building, and we came up with a cost per square foot, and then we added a contingency to it. So the ag building, for instance, we're at 18 million. This is a building that was full of lab space. That lab space is now moved to the North Valley complex. It's very expensive to remove lab space and to create it back into office space. We are also going to be able to not only fit DLCD, the Department of Agriculture, but we have found 2 leases that fit. We are working with those 2 lease agencies and we are programming them into the building. So therefore, we'll be reducing the overall enterprise's cost by removing those 2 leases and moving it into a building. General Services Building, we have vacancy there now because, as I mentioned earlier, DAS has moved the Enterprise Asset Management and State Procurement into the Executive Building, and DAS IT is now moving into the building. We have 1 lease that's actually moving in on the 24th. Teacher Standards and Practices will be moving in the 24th of August into the 1st floor. And then we have a couple of leases that we have flagged that would fit really well in the GSP. So this project is to update mother's rooms, wellness rooms, cafeterias, new carpet, new paint, get the building prepared so that we can then program in the agency to move in. The Human Services Building, this one is a pretty exciting project. So this is all ODHS. So you got OHA and Department of Human Services. They've filled this building forever. It's very full. It is not very full any longer. And so you heard from, acronym left my mind, State Hospital, our friend that was here earlier. They're in a private lease. We are programming them into HSB. We are working with DHS and OHA. There are 5 massive floors in this building. We have 2 vacant floors now. So this funding is to reposition existing agencies' footprints and then bring in outside leases into the building. And we have a whole list of opportunities of people that we can bring in.
And again, just on Bill's question, as people you can bring in leases other state facilities. You're not calling me and say, hey, Cindy, you want to lease some space in our state building?
No, these are the 650 private leases that we currently have on our rolls. We analyze those and then we fit them into the status on the building.
It's a Tetris puzzle. Right?
Yeah, I just.
It's
Yes.
pretty fun. It's exhausting. The Northmont office building. Currently, State Parks just moved. They're moving. They haven't moved yet. They're moving into the ODOT building on the Capitol Mall. Therefore, availing space for us. We have Oregon Youth Authority, and we are working with them to move their headquarters out of a private lease into the Daxone portfolio. We reposition water resources as well as housing in that building, and then that building would be full occupancy. And you'll see like how the numbers are going up and down. So we very specifically figured out a cost per square foot, like this one at $50 a square foot because North Mall office building, it's newer. It is seismically life safety. And so there's a lower cost impact. Deferred maintenance is lower. Public service building. This is another kind of interesting one. The 5th floor we had leased to legislature for the Capitol Mall. And we had made a deal. We had some infrastructure issues that the CAMS project picked up for us. So they lived on the 5th floor, and now that 5th floor is vacant. Secretary of State and Department of Education, we're right now partnered with them and working through, and we believe that building is full. We believe Secretary of State needs that 5th floor, but you'll also see that this is also a seismically upgraded building. Portland State Office Building. Portland State Office Building is not seismically life safety. It was built in 1992, so we do have some different theories about what we could do with the building. DHS is a very large tenant in this facility. And then we also have a very large kitchen and cafeteria on the 1st floor. So we're asking for 38 million, but there's a lot of work that has gone into this. So restacking DHS, we're currently moving OLCC headquarters from their owned building into the Portland State Office Building, and then they will be selling their property. That is to pay off part of their warehouse. Then we have the Albina building that is in Portland that has both DHS and Friends on the other side of the building. We're looking to fit Albina into the Portland State Office Building. Therefore, we'd be able to dispose of the Albina building because the ROI on the retrofit and the mechanical equipment at that Albina address, the ROI is not there. This gives us 20 years then to coordinate and bring in and restack the state office building to determine, do we seismically upgrade this building, or is this where the state makes a move somewhere else in that urban core? So we have time.
I have a quick question, yes, Jeremy. So, you are doing all these construction in an existing building. I assume the building will be vacated, right, during the construction. Is that a fair assumption?
No, every project I've mentioned so far will be occupied during construction.
During construction, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because what we're going to be able to do is we have all of our buildings are fully leased.
Yeah.
So what we'll be able to do is shrink the leases, shrink the footprints, move people into their new space, then work on another section of the building and then bring in the exec lease.
Okay.
Be able to coordinate that.
The reason I bring this up is that years ago, when the Oregon State Capitol wants to do their seismic retrofit, they are thinking about leasing another building in the Capitol Mall.
Mhm.
They found out that it costs a lot of money. So the way I thinking about DAS is that DAS has lots of buildings. If you can strategically retrofit seismically and mechanically, improve those buildings, strategically in different regions, those buildings will become a swing space, strategic swing space. So when the building is being retrofit, you move everybody to that swing space. Once that building is done, you move them back. So constantly, instead of leasing a third-party building for a swing space, now you are leasing your own facility for swing space.
So you'll see that that's exactly what we're doing with the road.
Okay, that's great. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. Yeah.
No, it's great. We actually have 2 buildings, one in Portland and one in Salem, that we have identified as being those swing space buildings. Once we put together our seismic plan, if there's continued energy behind that, we will need that swing space. Rather than leasing something, we would retain a building and then we could just use it, just in the methodology you mentioned.
Did you mention that you mentioned standard like 20 years for us to figure out if we want to buy additional assets in the city of Portland? Did I hear that correctly?
I'm not saying that it'll take us 20 years. We need to invest in the Portland State Office Building because PERS has a very large, not PERS, DEQ has a very large lease. DOJ has many leases. What we're doing is we're going to try to bring all these people under one roof. And then it gives us the ability to say, this is how many people we need to fit. And it may be buying 2 buildings in Portland. It may be retrofitting the existing building, but this gives us the ability to actually thoughtfully produce a business plan for Portland, how we want to support agencies for office space.
Okay, so the reason I bring that up, this gets to my actual question, like Portland commercial real estate is at a very low market height right now, right? Like things can change, but I'm just like, is the agency thinking about it's the time to strike to try to buy something now when it's pennies on the dollar, or are we want to do quarters on the dollar, in 5 years, or hopefully the market comes back at some point, but right now
Those are definitely conversations that we have had internally. And right now, I can't quantify and accurately say I need 1 million square feet. And that's the issue. We don't want to go out and buy a building and then 5 years later say this isn't the right building.
Yeah, for
But you
sure.
will see within our budget development, we have an acquisition line for $1. That is to create an appropriation to where we could go to e-board if there was a building that we discovered and we were able to say definitively
Makes sense.
this space. We
All right, so it's on the roadmap.
It is.
But Bill,
For sure.
seeding the Oregon, or the Portland state, the city of Portland market with state of Oregon product is gonna help growth of Portland back, I would say. It's a heck of good, and you're right, the numbers are terrible in Portland.
Actually, I just, quickly, I really like Bill's idea, just to think, because I was looking at the, what kind of project, the good project in Los Angeles. The local university is buying, facilities because it's so cheap. They're converting those shopping malls into research park.
That's UCLA.
You know this. I didn't say that.
UCLA.
Got a Bruin
Yeah.
at the table.
Yeah, you do.
No, there are some we've evaluated 6 different facilities in Portland today that have come on the market. It's like, is this the one?
Okay.
But right now, we're in conversations with DEQ for sure for their headquarters. Plus DHS is figuring out how much space they need, figuring out the Alpina building because of the ROI on there, contemplating DEQ, PHL, Hillsborough, and frankly, OSP is up there as well. So we're trying to figure out how much space, what type of space, and where should it be located.
So do you consider parking at all when you make these plans? Does parking matter? I mean, I know it matters to everybody who lives in the building, because that's all I know. I mean, but do you have to, are we to the point now where, it depends on where you are, whether you have to, your buildings that you exist that have existing parking, so, you know what I mean? If you're not gonna, you say, I'm gonna put more people in this building, therefore I have to have more parking.
We do have to contemplate that, but the good news about Portland State Office Building is the transit
Yeah,
locally is really good. Plus, there is a parking garage kitty corner to the building that we've actually reached out to them. We've been talking to them about what is it and how could we use this parking structure.
but do you say when you're doing, when you're contemplating a building, you're like here in town, it says, if I'm gonna build this building up in a different way, do I have 1.5 parking spaces per, per whatever? You do still calculate that, because some places, bigger cities, I think they don't even do that anymore. There just isn't parking, but especially in Salem, probably more so than in Portland.
Yeah, we have to, especially in Salem, but in Portland, like I said, we contemplate the
Yeah.
transit,
Yeah,
even at the
right.
North
We
Valley
have your own-
complex.
Yeah,
And, in Wilsonville, we had them build a bus stop.
Yeah.
Next to our building.
so you do, it's not, I don't have to think about parking anymore. I don't know how you're gonna get to work, which is the way it is, as I understand, in some big cities, it's like that.
Yeah, and for Portland State Office Building, for the Albina Building for DHS, if we move them into the Portland State Office Building, we're gonna have to reinvent our parking structure because they have so much walk-in. I mean, everyday customers visiting the building.
Yeah.
And we don't want to charge that particular group of people parking share.
Yes.
So we'll have to kind of play with the policies.
So the thing.
I'm gonna go over time, but are we okay with that? I'm gonna keep rolling.
We're gonna go around time. Abe asked a question.
That's good. It's a great conversation.
It is our fault, not your fault.
Okay. That's on the record. Salem Motor Pool. We are at end of life on our fueling station. We're at risk of leaking storage tanks. We are not seismically resilient up there, so we are putting forward a policy option package to replace the storage tanks, whether they be, we haven't got far enough into the study to know if they'll be above ground or below ground. This funding does include lifting and seismically building up the fuel canopy, as well as putting back the asphalt that will be disturbed. So we've analyzed the impact to the enterprise, if you will, that the fuel island. It was a thought that we had, can we just get an e-card somewhere else and fill up at Chevron, and we've gone through all of that, and it's been determined to date This is the plan to replace it and move forward, but we're gonna stop where we're really.
Where is this?
This is on Airport Road over by the State Data Center. The Human Services Building, this is an $8 million request.
Just to remind me of what our plan is for electric vehicles as a state. Do we have a strategy?
We do. We just installed, we just did a $13 million project where we have put car chargers on almost every property. And then we're looking to see the utilization of those to determine how many.
But to support the state's fleet or support
It's the state's fleet, but our employees can charge at
as well?
Yeah. Thank you. Back to the HSB building. This is outside of the tenant improvement $100 million bond. This is for exterior envelope work. This is a brand new roof across the entire building. It's an end of life, as well as window refurbishment and replacement in some areas. This is just an exterior envelope, regular maintenance work that needs to be done with the building. We will be contemplating seismically hardening the roof with tying that in at the time of the roof replacement. And then just for fun, throwing this one in there, we're asking for another 5 million, and you're going to see this for the next 10 years for direct digital controls for all of our HVAC systems. There was a 2019 cybersecurity assessment of our DDC controls, and we had controls from 1970 to modern day, unsupported software solutions. And we have landed on a price agreement with Schneider Controls and just replicating that in all of our buildings for efficiency and security. Other requests, we have our regular deferred maintenance of 15 million. That's for the broken boiler, the broken chiller, smaller roof projects. We request typically about $3 million in project planning. That, I believe, is the magic to us falling within 1% of our budgets over and over and over, is that we put robust feasibility studies together. And we'll use this money not only for our next larger projects, but really focusing on the seismic resiliency and understanding our portfolio. You'll also see that we have a $2.2 million request for facility condition planning. This is to update our facility condition information. And then $2 million in net zero solutions. We do not specify what that 2 million is for. That 2 million is usually added to different projects. So when we get into the labor and industries building, purple type always comes up. So if that's something that doesn't fit within the budget, but it would move the sustainability needle, we would do that. A good example would be the Justice Building. When we put a new roof on that, we used our sustainability money to put new windows in the entire building. Kind of repeat, it's about $135.5 million in total. This would take out $43.2 million of deferred maintenance, priority one. It's my 15 minutes and
15 plus.
I love the questions though. Are there more? And I'm happy to stay after as well.
That's all mine.
So the full request is 158.2 for this biennium.
Yeah. Yes.
Could you tell me, just in looking at details, when your project planning number, you do some I'm sure some initial planning, and I understand that, but then, and that allows you said to only, when you budget specific projects, it's 1%, or did not.
So when it comes like the exact building, North Valley Complex, and now L&I, we do a robust feasibility study before we request the funding.
Yeah, sure.
Just like with the seismic, I'm going to do an evaluation of the entire portfolio, and then we're going to break it down per building and anticipated cost for each building, so that when we do come back, we would say we need this exact amount for this building.
What's the 1%? Or did I miss something? You said, I thought you said this allows something.
Oh, I'm saying those robust studies and feasibility studies that we do prior to requesting the budget for the project. I believe that's the magic. That's what's getting us to land within 1% of our projected budget.
Oh, sure, agree.
Because when you just say I need some money and then you move forward, difficult, and we try not to come back and ask for money.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Comments?
Okay, our next guest is Oregon Department of Transportation.
They're probably right across the hall.
I think you have a guest out there waiting.
That's military.
Yeah,
That's Chris Mason. Randy is going to present online today because he had a conflict. So,
All right.
Okay, well, hello.
Morning.
And let me get the presentation pulled back up so I can see it.
And Randy, you're hearing us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. A little bit faint, but I can hear. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So ODOT's mission is to provide a safe and reliable multimodal transportation system. We touch every Oregonian and visitor in some way, whether that's keeping our roads maintained and safe, issuing driver's licenses at DMV, issuing truck permits and conducting safety inspections through our Commerce and Compliance Division, or overseeing the rail system, or maintaining our pedestrian bike routes. And we use state highway funds to maintain all of our buildings. ODOT has over 1,100 buildings located across the state. We have all kinds of buildings, including offices, employee housing, safety rest areas, wireless communication towers, truck weigh stations, and sheds and storage buildings. Our total building replacement value is around 1.6 billion, with a total square footage of 3.4 million. ODOT has a total of 57 leases. Most are DMV field offices, and we have 9 that are office, lab, or storage spaces. The total square footage for all leased space is 250,000 square feet. We don't have any major leases and only one lease that's over 10,000 square feet, which is the Beaverton DMV field office. We're in the process of signing a lease for a new DMV field office at the Clackamas Town Center that will be just over 10,000 square feet and will open next year. So in 2022 at the CPAB, we reported a 17% FCI, and now you can see we're down the 4% range. This isn't because we spent a huge amount of money on deferred maintenance, but rather we made changes to our data. Previously, we included a lot of the old iPlan data, which projected building system replacements based on the age of the building. For example, it had replacing interior doors, casework, and ceiling tile because the building was over 50 years old, not because it needed to be replaced. As part of my request for maintenance funding, upper management questioned the integrity of our data since they were seeing these deficiencies like that. They wanted to know the true need of the agency, not the nice to have improvements that we would never be able to afford. Therefore, in the past 4 years, we've made a huge effort to review every single deficiency, and we removed all those that would never be a priority. Our deficiency list is now comprised of items that need to be addressed within the next 5 years. So we have an accurate list and cost estimate of all of our true needs. We also got behind conducting our FCAs after a retirement and not filling the position, but last year reestablished that position and got caught up with over 200 past due FCAs. Our full-time facility condition assessor focuses on the true needs like roofs, HVAC, electrical, exterior envelope, and only on the cosmetics if they're truly in need for replacement. When we look at our list of deficiencies, they're critical items that must be dealt with to preserve the integrity of the building. This biennium, almost 100% of our funding is going towards leaking roofs, failed HVAC systems, exterior sealing, and structural repairs. Our FCI is low, but almost every item is a must-have. We don't have any of those nice-to-haves anymore. We also have not documented very many of the 5 to 10 year projections like new roofs or large mechanical systems. It is our goal this biennium to start identifying those longer term needs so we can project the large cost items further out into the future. We've included 4 planning factors I'd like to cover. As you've probably seen in the news, ODOT's facing major revenue shortfalls, which has decreased the funding for our facilities projects this biennium and projected for next biennium as well. In the past, we spent all capital improvement funds on new buildings, but this biennium, we're using all CI money towards building system replacements like roofs and HVAC systems. We have made the same decision for next biennium as well. And ODOT has 4 sources of funding, with major maintenance and capital improvement being the 2 dedicated ones. Tenant and emerging small business funds fluctuate depending on other ODOT priorities. As you can see, the 17-19 biennium was our strongest funding biennium and has been decreasing since, due to the revenue shortfall projection several years ago. Because other funds have decreased, adding CI funds to our maintenance funding increased our total maintenance budget from last biennium, but it is causing a backlog for needed new buildings. This leads us to the next planning factor, which is the functionally obsolete buildings. Out of 1,100 buildings ODOT owns, 102 of those are primary maintenance station buildings at sites statewide. Of those 102 maintenance station buildings, more than half are over 50 years old. These buildings were built to store snowplows and other large equipment and allow the crews to work on equipment inside the building, so they were out of the adverse weather conditions. Over time, equipment has gotten larger, and in many locations, our current snowplows cannot fit inside the buildings. This significantly impacts the crew's response time for maintaining roads and shortens the life of very expensive equipment. 3 years ago, we conducted a survey of 250 of our most important buildings and identified the top priority buildings that needed to be replaced due to them being functionally obsolete. We identified 17 sites, several with multiple buildings on one site, that totaled over $500 million. Due to our lack of revenue, this has been put on hold, but the need continues to grow. And on a more positive note, since COVID and remote working took hold, ODOT has been in the process of ending office leases and moving employees into ODOT-owned buildings. We have ended 9 leases and are currently in the process of ending 1 more lease, which will be complete by the end of this year. We have also consolidated staff into our own buildings and freed up space to lease out to other state agencies. ODOT has 10 of these leases where we're the landlord and we lease to other states or other state agencies. We're in the process of moving another agency into the transportation building on the Capitol Mall to occupy 11,000 square feet of vacant space. We also have our DMV Annex building in Salem cleared out and are working with DAS Leasing to try and find a tenant to lease that space. With all of these consolidation efforts, we have reduced or rented out over 242,000 square feet, saving ODOT $6.5 million a biennium. And based on the DAS goal to reduce office space 30% by 27, we're 65% towards meeting that goal for ODOT. ODOT has 19 buildings that fall within the requirements of the new building performance standards. 10 of those are in the tier 1. Of those 10, we have 2 buildings that don't currently meet the target EUI and 1 that did not meet the target EUI in the past year, but is currently just meeting it. 2 of these buildings are truck shops where they do the maintenance and repairs on large trucks, and the other is the Salem Materials Lab where they test materials from ODOT construction projects all over the state. All 3 of these are unique buildings, which makes meeting targets a lot harder than a standard office building. We have reached out to Amorisco, one of the Department of Energy's approved energy performance contractors, and are working with them to conduct a feasibility study on all 3 buildings to identify energy efficiency projects to lower our energy usage. Our construction program manager is also taking classes to be recertified as our qualified person, so she can create the operations and energy management plans that are required. Once we fulfill the requirements for the tier 1 buildings, we'll then focus on energy savings for the tier 2 buildings. ODOT has been a part of the Strategic Energy Management Program through the Energy Trust of Oregon for many years, and we currently have 16 buildings enrolled in that program. We have active committees in each of these buildings and are constantly looking on how to reduce energy. And for seismic, as a response to the recent governor's executive order, we entered ODOT's data into DASA's data collection spreadsheet for 1,100 buildings. 268 buildings fall within the requirements of the CEO. 75 of those buildings we believe meet current seismic standards, therefore leaving 193 that we need attention. 7 sites are in the inundation zone, so we either need to move the entire site or not spend funds on those buildings at the current site. We have evaluated our top building priorities that need to be dealt with first based on the level of occupancy, whether the building is designed as a COOP building, whether the building houses first responders, and if its location is west of the Cascades. Our next steps will be to evaluate each of these top priority buildings to formulate what the future should look like. Does it need to be rebuilt on the existing site or on a new site like many of those identified in our master plan 3 years ago? Would a seismic retrofit make sense? How old is it? And what's the condition to determine if investing more in that building makes sense? Or would it be better to change the building use, or can we dispose of it? We'll then build a ROM cost estimate to help narrow the top priorities down to the top 5 to 10. We'll then look on drafting a plan how to move forward. As of now, due to our budget crisis, there are no plans to make any changes in 27-29, but at least we can start making plans for if and when we get funding in the future. We have 61 million worth of identified deficiencies needed now and within the next 3 years, and another 25 million needed in years 4 and 5. Out of the current need of 61 million, 28 million of those are the most critical building systems: roofs, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, exterior envelope, and structural. We have focused all of our funding this biennium on those systems and plan on doing the same for next biennium. Assuming we get 12 million for maintenance in 27-29, that will only take care of less than half of our urgent needs. And within another 2 years, many of the 4 to 5 year items will become urgent issues. We also continue to assess about 200 buildings a year, so we're constantly adding deficiencies to the list. And as you know, it's a never-ending cycle. As I just mentioned on the previous slide, we have a huge need for seismic improvements. The $10,000 shown here is just for adding natural gas earthquake shutoff valves to many of our facilities. We have not captured any other seismic needs yet, and we have 38 million of capital improvement projects on our list. Things like new salt sheds, new wash racks, new storage buildings, and renovated crew rooms. Since we're not spending any funding on new buildings for the next 4 years, besides the 2 projects I'll discuss next, this list continues to grow. And so for major projects, this location is one of our major revenue generators for ODOT, and the building is old and functionally obsolete. It has been on the list for many years to replace and is finally being funded through our federal STIP program. The capital construction POP is only for 1.4 million of the state funding required as a match. The building portion is estimated at 2.3 million, with the rest for A&E, site alterations, and infrastructure and federal project requirements. We're funding the state money through the Commerce and Compliance Division and using some leftover funds from a previously completed capital construction project that came in under budget. And our second major project is wash rack. And since ODOT is now using granular salt, it is very important to wash the dump trucks daily. We have seen a lot of corrosion of wiring and components on trucks, and washing really helps slow that down. A new truck now costs around $400,000, so prolonging the life of many trucks is well worth an upfront investment in washing facilities. Ontario needs a $1 million upgrade, and there are several other sites needing lesser improvements. So we're funding this out of some leftover funds from a previous construction project. And that is it. Do you have questions?
Yeah, Randy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
I had one question on going back to the slide on building performance standard slide.
Okay.
I thought I heard you say that 3 of the facilities are not meeting the building performance standard. And there's like,
Correct.
there's like 3 no's on there highlighted. But I look at the LeGrand one and it seems to be below the number. So I think it's meeting. It's, I think 50.3 and yet the standard is 54 and we're saying it's not, I think it's meeting it. Am I reading it wrong?
That's the one that's meeting it right now, but it didn't meet it last year. So we're kind of going back and forth between meeting or not. So we're taking an aggressive approach to say, let's take a look at it right now and see if we can do better.
Thank you. And then just another question, with the wildfires the state is facing, I know I know one facility has been impacted with a emergent de-energization in the Mount Hood corridor. Is ODOT thinking about backup generation for their facilities and then thinking of wildfire risk at the same time in your planning strategy? As power gets forced to be as power is turned off, and your facilities to be functional.
Yeah, most of our sites have backup power capabilities. We have a lot of portable generators and trailers that we can hook up and plug in. So we're pretty mobile in that sense. And then some sites have built-in generators. And, I'm just responsible for the actual building, but I don't get a whole lot involved in how the highway section operates. And so they kind of have to tell me what their needs are. So I'm a little bit disconnected from, how they manage fires and all that. I just know that most of our sites do have a plug-in for, mobile generator.
Thank you. I have a quick question.
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, Randy, I have a quick question for you. When you consider criticality of your buildings, you mentioned about first responders. Do you consider the buildings that store critical equipment, vehicles to restore transportation after a seismic event as part of your sort of critical building inventory?
Yes, we do. We included most of those maintenance station sites. We have about 102. Most of those we're considering, first responders. And after a big earthquake, we would need that equipment and those sites to operate from. So those are our top priorities.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Randy. We'll move on, if you please, to our
Okay,
next.
thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is military department. So Chris, when you're ready to go.
All right. My name is Chris Mitchell. I'm with the Oregon Military Department, and I am the branch chief for planning and programming. You see on here that we have Rita Wren as the chief construction branch. This is not Rita Wren. If you were unable to attend a meeting with us, I did you one better, and this is my boss. So this is Director of Installations, Mr. Jim Arnold, and he'll be with me here today. We wanted to thank you for having us in front of the board, give us an opportunity to present our state projects. And I know we've got a lot of information to go through. I want to congratulate this board. I was surprised that you were able to get through all of this information and stay on track. So that's fantastic. There's a lot of information to get through. I know you've had a busy day and a busy morning. I will go ahead and get started. All right, so the Oregon military, here's our agenda. This is set out by you guys, so you already know that. You've seen several of these. I'll skip to the agency overview. I think everybody pretty much knows the Oregon Military Department is a civilian agency that is over the Oregon Air National Guard and the Oregon Army National Guard. Predominantly, what we work on is the Oregon Army National Guard. The two wings at the two fighter bases have a completely different system, and they go straight to National Guard Bureau, and they have no state ask that they have to get. So the Army side is quite a bit different. We'll get into some of that. So here's an overview of our funding sources, and you can see from the first, particularly the first two bars on that chart, that the vast majority of our funds come from the federal government. So that may be our operational funds, which include building facility maintenance and also utilities and that kind of thing. And then also our MILCON, military construction budget out of the Army, from the Army to the National Guard Bureau to us. So that is the lion's share of our funding. We also have state funds. We have state bond money that we have been working on for the last probably 10, 15 years. And we'll get into that here in just a minute. And then our general fund and state other fund. State other fund typically is the rental revenue that we get from our armories. So when those armories are not being used, then we are renting those out to the local groups in the area, and we provide that venue. And then we're able to take that funding back. And the way the legislation is written is that funding goes back into the armories for upkeep and taking care of them. And please stop me if you have any questions, or are you holding questions till the end, or how are you doing?
It's up to you, as long as.
Okay. Ask me questions. Whenever you have one, we'll get right to it. Otherwise, I'll move right on through. This is an overview of our agency for the facilities that we have. Read through those. We've got about 471 total buildings. 263 of those are over $1 million. 208 are under. Total plant replacement value. So plant replacement value is a Guard Bureau number. All of our facilities database of record is out of Builder and Pride. And our Pride database, which is a Guard Bureau database, uses plant replacement value as opposed to current replacement value. It's basically the same thing, a different algorithm that spits that out. And so it doesn't match up entirely with what the state uses, but that's what we're funded to use. Total square footage is over 3.6 million. We have 11 leased facilities. Those are all fairly small. As you see, the total square footage is only 16,000. Those are 11 storefront recruiting offices. So when an armory is not located in an ideal situation close to high schools and things like that, Guard Bureau will fund us to get a storefront office that's closer and a better location where they can be more successful in their recruiting. So those are all funded by federal dollars. We are spread across the state. Primarily, you will find our facilities located along the interstate corridors. So the I-5 corridor, I-84 corridor. And we have a number of different types of facilities. Readiness centers and armories are kind of the same thing, new nomenclature for an old term. 4 different training sites, which can be made up of hundreds of buildings. And then our maintenance facilities include both vehicle maintenance and then also the 2 Army aviation facilities as well, where they do maintenance for the aircraft that we have. We are located in about 27 counties. Planning factors. Biggest challenge we have a lot of times is our funding sources. The federal fiscal year and the state biennium don't match. And so lining up, competing for projects on the federal side, and then also doing the same thing on the state side with fingers crossed and hope that we get the 2 together at the same time in the same place to actually do the project. So that's always a challenge. We continue to work with that. It's just part of how we do business. Building size authorization, we put this in here because the Army is expanding and growing, and many of our facilities were built in the 50s and 60s, and the authorization for how much square footage we're allowed for that unit has increased drastically. So we have a lot more features, the equipment is larger, and so we have to balance the parcel size and whether we can do modernization to expand the size of the building, or do we have to put a smaller unit in there? So we wrestle with and we work with those kinds of things. And then the builder is our database. We are working with Breck to try to get our builder data to talk to Tririga, the state's new system, and get those two together. Currently, the state's cybersecurity things are beginning to get about as tight as the federal side. And so they're not allowing the two databases to talk live to each other. So we haven't cracked that nut yet, but we're still working on that. We continue, the feds continue to fund us to do our building assessments. So we are completing this year and last year, we're completing 100% assessment of all of our facilities across the state. And we have loaded the vast majority of that into the builder system. And then, so now our next step is to try to extract that and get it to cross-reference and into Tririga. So our folks have been working over the last year with Breck to try to make that crosswalk and create a bridge system to get those two systems to talk to each other. Renewables for resiliency and cost savings. So the federal government will help us with renewable projects. They do it typically on the Army side for resiliency. If something happens, we're still able to operate. And then a secondary factor is cost savings. Seismic for safety and operations. We've been working on seismic for a number of years now. So I know the governor's order just came out, but we've probably been at this for about 12 years with our ASLIP and REAP projects. I'll get into those in just a minute. So we are actually making quite a bit of progress in that area.
Can I ask you a quick question related to seismic for safety and operations? So looking at the Oregon Emergency Response Plan, and the military support is your main ESF emergency support function. You support transportation, search and rescue, health and medical, law enforcement, and resource support. When I look at Japan, 2011, there was massive tsunami. U.S. Navy and Marine, they were part of rescue and support function. So we anticipate the military will provide significant support after Cascadia earthquake. You have a lot of sort of readiness center on the coast because we're going to hit it really hard over there. So are you guys, when you do your seismic planning, thinking about the operation, are you taking into the post-event operation and also the tsunami inundation as part of your overall process?
We do, absolutely. We have two readiness centers on the coast, but more importantly, we have a training site, Camp Rylea, on the coast. And that for a regional event, such as the 2007 windstorm, that became the regional hub for all of the response in that area. So we had housing, we had fuel, we had a dining facility for all of those responders, first responders, the power company, and everybody that was coming in. ODOT was coming in. So that was great from a regional standpoint. From a Cascadia, we know that those areas, we're going to be victims just like everybody else is, right? So we are planning for command and control for sure. But we know in those areas, we won't be the ones responding. Our first response will be our Eastern Oregon National Guard. We'll be on the road, whatever's available to get back over. We have an aviation facility out in Pendleton. So those will be our first. But as you said, all branches, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, everybody's going to be coming in. The question will be, we will support those additional forces coming in, whether it's Idaho National Guard, Montana National Guard, whoever is responding is going to be coming to the state. We're going to try to facilitate that as best as possible. But in the I-5 corridor, we're not anticipating that we're going to have a whole lot of trucks and things like that can get around. We've got one aviation unit, which is right there in Salem. So we've done some seismic work there to keep that operational if possible. It's quite likely that they may have to bug out and fly from someplace else. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah, I think to the most part of it. The other thing is, in the early days, roads, ODOT is going to take their time to reopen all the roads to the coast. And we anticipate there's going to be some support coming from the ocean, not from inland. Yeah. So, so that's where military can play a very major role in that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you've got some great Coast Guard facilities there to bring in some larger ships and things like that. So you're going to have the hospital ships and things like that probably coming in for sure. Yeah.
One of the things Kent and I have talked about on other occasions is the rapid deployment of bridge systems. Do you have an initiative to open transportation routes over destroyed bridges areas?
That gets into emergency planning, which I'm not involved with. I know that the Oregon Army National Guard does not have a bridging capability. We don't have that MOS. The Army Reserve at the Camp Withycombe facility does have that capability. So it would be quite likely that they would be deployed if available, if they could get their equipment out and on site.
Yeah. So when I was in Chile in 2010, they, when the bridge span collapsed, they used Bailey Truss Bridge. Bailey Truss Bridge that was deployed during World War II, right? So it is all by military people.
Right.
We're hoping they will have that capability to can deploy some Bailey Truss bridges.
We don't have them anymore. They're not in the inventory anymore. They've gone to the mobile launch bridges, which are the ones that are on a truck and it drives up and then they expand out and go out across, right? So that's the system that the reserves has. But the Oregon Army National Guard does not have that. We actually, we have one Bailey Bridge and it's out, actually permanently installed out at VAC Training Center in near Redmond. All right, please continue. All right, thank you.
One quick comment to add to that, your question about support from the Navy. We actually have done a proof of concept at Camp Ray Leah in Warrenton, where the Navy came down and anchored off of our coast with an amphibious landing ship. And then they practiced using hovercraft to come into Camp Ray Leah. And the concept there was if they had had the hospital ship Mercy anchored off the coast, was it an amenable shoreline? Obviously it would be different post Cascadia. But that was the idea behind it. And some of it was just cooperating between the Oregon Army National Guard and the Navy, and then bringing those hovercraft across the surf and onto the beach and then back out to sea. And
that would have been fun to watch.
Yeah, and it worked. Obviously, it worked well. But that is part of that contingency planning. That's certainly at a much higher level than what we're engaging with locally. Other than making sure that our facilities are amenable and available as much as we can make them, and then having that resiliency component that Chris talked about, and that varies obviously between the coast, inland to the I-5 corridor, and that's really over in central. It's a bit different.
All right. So our fundamental issue is $204 million in deferred maintenance backlog. So we went a number of decades without a state match. That was corrected in the 21-23 biennium. So we have had a state match for deferred maintenance from the state, which then allows us to use the federal funds. So those federal funds have to be matched. And we've been doing that consistently since the 21-23 biennium. And we've made fantastic progress. The photograph you see here is the Corvallis Armory, a project that we got funded through in the last biennium. And this is an addition on the front of that. So this goes at what I was talking about a minute ago on armory size authorization. So we are authorized more space than we were in the past when these armories were built. And so now we're trying to add that additional space. And this is a successful project. We added 5,000 square feet, which gave us more training facility. It gave us more classroom space, office space, allowed us to increase the female latrine, shower, locker space, which was small in all of the old armories. We now have a number of females in the Oregon Army National Guard, and we're trying to make parity for their latrine, shower, and locker space. So this is a great successful project, and this is what we hope to continue to do. I mentioned the ASLIP REAP projects, that's Armory Service Life Extension Program and the Regional Emergency Enhancement Program. The Regional Emergency Enhancement Program is mostly where the seismic and resiliency functions and projects are. The Armory Service Life Extension Program is a fluff and buff on that armory, fixing those latrine deficits and other classroom space deficits, and making sure that the soldiers have a nice home where they drill 1 weekend a month. So last bullet on there is the military construction. So new construction, that interval used to be about every 3 to 5 years. Each state would expect to get a funded military construction, so a new armory to replace an old one. That has now been pushed out to about 1 every 10 years. So it is not a reliable program to fix deferred maintenance. It is tough to compete and to get a project approved. And then it sits on the fight up for 5 years. It can get bumped to 6, 7 years. It's a long process now. The ASLIP projects that we've been getting funded with bond funds through the legislature has been our saving grace. It's how we have managed to update our facilities and provide the soldiers with what they need.
Chris, on the federal matching, it's 1-to-1.
It is not. Let me get
2-to-1
to, I've got a budget slide here and I will go through that.
Oh, we can hold it if it's covered up later. We can hold.
Different kind, here we go. So it depends on the function that's in the building, okay? So if you look on the blue part of that large pie, you see we have 1,500,000 square feet of the total. So 42% of the total is 100% funded by the feds. So it depends on the function and what's going on in that building as to what, and that gives us an agreement support code,
Right.
which then tells us how much federal money we're going to get. The armories are almost all 50-50. So on the right-hand side of that pie chart, you see the gold and then the hatched. So in order to get that federal hatched part, you have to provide the gold stake. If you don't provide the gold stake, then that federal hatch chunk goes away. Right? It doesn't really go away. What happens is we turn around and use it on the other blue part. So the facilities that the state has responsibility is typically a responsibility only for 50%. Right? So we have 2 million square feet in that, but the state's really only got to pay for 1 million square feet of that, technically. Right? And that's what that little chart is to say, really, the state's got to pony up for the 1 million square feet. All of the balance of it is paid one way or another by the feds. Thank you. So this is a look at our builder condition assessments, or BCI, Building Condition Index. We've got 53% in fair, and good to adequate is 17%. So we're really only looking at about 30% that we're still working on. Of course, everybody knows with either Tri-Riga or builder, to say that it's in good to adequate doesn't mean there's no red items in there. Once you start really drilling down to all the systems and subsystems, you may have some things that still need to be replaced and repaired. So, but that's a general overall. All right, so when you chart that out over the last 3 biennium, it looks like we are headed in the right direction. We've gone from 17.6 down to 9.3. When we look at that a little more closely, we drill into that data, we see that there's actually several other things going on that are database related. And so it's hard to get a good handle. We know, as I mentioned, since 21-23 biennium, we know that we have done a lot of projects to replace roofs, HVACs, boilers, all kinds of systems in our building. So I know that it's getting better. It's just managing the data and getting the data updated quickly enough so that it reflects a real time. You know, we've always got a lag between when we do a building condition and when it shows up. And so that's one of the things we're struggling with. One of the biggest one, you'll see in this next chart, what we've seen, I mentioned the plant replacement value, which is a dollar amount set in our database of record by Guard Bureau, based on some magic formula. You see that just the per square foot cost has doubled in over the last 3 bienniums. So we've gone from $350 a square foot in 2022 to now we're at $700 a square foot. That obviously impacts your work balance or your work costs and the formula. And so it makes the data a little bit skewed.
How much do you think of that is cost escalation? Just
a lot is escalation. They escalated a lot during pandemic and they, you know, it's not coming back down. So
we're seeing that in a big way with the universities and the colleges.
Are to that extent double over that same period of time?
It's been about 4.5% per year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For cost escalation, if you look at Ryder, Levitt, and Bucknell.
Right.
For Portland region, then if you specify my domain, working at HEC is for the university.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know what it is on what the CRV is on the state side, whether other agencies are dealing with the same thing. So Tri-Riga is basically showing you the same kind of escalation. I don't know what that escalation amount is. That's one of the things that I'm challenging my database folks to get into and figure out to see whether this is actually reasonable. It seems extremely high to me to double the cost over that period of time. But there could be a valid reason.
Yeah, it could be that you've understated your current replacement per gross square feet, because if you under value it there, then you're going to overstate your condition.
Right. Yeah. One of the things we struggle with is we have no control over that PRV. So that's done at headquarters. It's done at National Guard Bureau level. And every October, our PRV across the entire state changes. And sometimes it's hard to figure out how that changed or why. It's supposed to be set on Corps of Engineers data based on construction costs in our location. So it's supposed to be grounded in that. Suspicious. All right, so energy information. So we're working towards the data that's going to be required here in 2028. And currently, when you look at the requirements, we have 1 building in the first category, 7 buildings in the next one that'll be due, 2, and then 15. So we're starting to look at those now just to see where we are ballpark. And we find that we're about 60% of the covered buildings are already in compliance. So we're not doing too badly on our building energy performance. You see that the target is 51.1 and our average is 49.2. The lower the number, the better. So yes, we have some that are above, some that are below, but overall our average is pretty nice. When you expand that to all the buildings that we have in our entire portfolio, it drops significantly. So it gets down to 31.8. I think that's probably because we have a lot of warehouse space and other unconditioned space. And so it's less of an energy sink. And then we will conduct the energy management plans as they are required. We also have worked hard to include solar as a renewable energy. And you see those dollar amounts are what we are saving per biennia, beginning all the way back in 2018. So some of this biennium is projected, but basically we're looking at $417,000 in energy savings just in this biennium. So we will continue to do that where it makes sense. Most of that solar has been substantially paid for by the feds.
What initiates a solar project? What causes you to keep investing here to increase this saving?
We have to compete for it, so it's modernization, which is a competition process. Repair is not a competition process, so we have to compete for it. So we have to make a logical argument. We have to do a lot of supporting data that shows what our ROI is, and you know, it's Oregon's initiative to do this and compete for those funds. Sometimes in the past years, there's been an emphasis on this and funds set aside, construction funds set aside by the feds to accomplish renewables, and it's been encouraged. Other times it hasn't been, so it kind of cycles with the administrations. The last probably 5, 6, 7 years, the focus has not been so much on savings. The focus has been on operations after an event. So that resiliency kind of concept is what they've been after, is what do you need to do to make sure you're operational? And you can make an argument that solar is a piece of that. You know, we're working on a microgrid. We're trying to get a microgrid out at Reese Training Center, which would be a combination of solar and battery storage to go along with the generators that we have, and all of that working together. So it's our initiative to compete for it. And then it depends on what kind of funding is available for the 54 states and territories.
If you build a new facility, you're under the same obligation as other buildings to provide 1.5%.
Yep. We've gotten more done with this, with the separate solar projects than we have with the new construction workers.
Got it. Yeah.
All right, seismic. I mentioned earlier that we have been working on that for some time. When you compare the work that we've accomplished with the new executive order 25-22, we have about 45 buildings that require this life safety performance that meet the criteria. 20 of those buildings we are already in compliance. We have 25 that do not meet that compliance, so 56%. And those are projects that you will see us coming to the board and explaining why we need funds. So we are wrapping a seismic effort into each of our large ASLIP REAP projects. They will all have that component along with the rest of what needs to be done in the building, whether it's expansion or whether it's just cleaning that building up. So between now and 2060, you will hear from us each biennium asking for these projects, and we'll get to that list of projects for this biennium here in just a minute.
Quick question. Out of those 25 buildings, how many buildings are in tsunami inundation zone?
Most are not. So we have 3 armories along the coast, one at Rylea and one at Newport and one down at Coos Bay. Newport has already been strengthened. It sits up on a rock and is not in the inundation zone. Coos Bay is supposed to not be in the inundation zone. We haven't done anything to that one. And then the Hermiston Armory is the one at Rylea, and most of Rylea, quite honestly, is going to be underwater. So that's not real high on priority. We're trying to make sure that we have those buildings that are in the I-5 corridor. That will be battalion headquarters or some kind of central location, that those are our priorities. So we've already got the JOC and the other command and control buildings have been built to that criteria. And then now we're working on the next tier down, which is the battalion headquarters, basically where all the soldiers in that region would have a place to come and mobilize for a response. I don't know off the top of my head which 25 buildings those are, but that has been our focus.
Thank you.
So our basic strategy is pretty simple. Our base deferred maintenance, to continue that base deferred maintenance budget that's been incorporated into our annual or biannual operating since 2020, 21, 23. We also want to add a couple of A-slip REAP projects each biennium, and then new Milcon when we can get it. Right now, we have Hillsborough underway right now, has a new readiness center in Hillsborough. And then when we go through the competition cycle next year, we will be competing for a 2034 project. So that's the soonest it would happen. Plan summary.
These are state dollars. These are all state dollars of this plan.
These are total dollars.
Yeah,
So
so
everything on that could be offset by
that.
Fed.
So it would be nice to know that basically, not doing this with the money on the table is my pride, right? That's what I'm trying to make sure that we don't lose sight of that.
The trick in that is if you're solving it with new construction, then you only have to bring 25% state money to the table.
Yeah.
If you're solving it with SRM, with restoration modernization money, then you have to bring 50% to the table.
Right.
So that number could technically fluctuate based on which, right?
No, I
But
understood.
I see, it's a good point. I can probably try to figure out how to at least guesstimate what the state share of that would be, but by the federal dollar.
Yeah, I just think it's important for the reader to know
Right.
that we need money on the table. If we don't do this, then we're offsetting it with the federal dollars.
Right. Yeah.
But your state ask is about $54 million. Is that?
Do you know what the state ask is for the overall state ask?
In your major project summary?
2729, I don't know what the overall state ask is. Do you?
I do know.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects in the total.
Yeah, and that's just for these projects.
Yeah.
Right, and these are all bond funded, so they would not come out of general fund. You're asking about our general fund ask? The general fund ask is gonna be similar to what you saw on that first slide, which I think you're right, it was about 54 million or something like that. I'll go back up and check that.
The major project summary is the one I think that Bruce is looking at. It does have 54. Sorry.
What was that? Yeah, so state general fund is 14.3. For that, that's what we have for 25, 27. So assuming that the 27, 29 is similar, then it would be a 14.3 million, $15 million ask.
And that's
fund.
only for the Oregon Army National Guard component. That's not for the entire agency.
As I said, most of these projects are accomplished off of bond fund, not off of the general fund. So we're not building, for the most part, we're not building any new modernization, new projects with general funds. We're only using the bond funds to provide our state match for that project.
Bruce?
All right, so now we get into the 5 projects that we have. I can run through these fairly quickly. They are all very similar in the broad project scope of what we're trying to accomplish. We're basically renovation of existing properties. Most of them right now are seismic focused. The first 2, the Salem Auditorium that's down by the 17th Street Armory is an older building from 61, and it needs seismic work on it, as well as cleaning up the rest of the building. We use that building in conjunction with the next one, which is the Salem 17th Street Armory. So those are actually on the same site. And the auditorium provides the drill hall, and it provides the kitchen, And then the office and classroom space is over in the armory. So those are both, walk across the parking lot from one to the other.
Quick question. Lots of buildings from, that era of construction, they oftentimes have like asbestos. Do you guys have asbestos in your buildings?
We can have asbestos. It's
So,
gonna be-
so is there a line item for mitigating asbestos?
that code compliance and all of that, that's all gonna be included, including asbestos abatement.
So you have already done your feasibility study already on this? And so that's the number based on the study, or this is your kind of ballpark estimate?
This is the ballpark estimate per square foot. So it's a per square foot estimate,
Okay.
right? And then what we'll do is supplement whatever we get in the bond with additional federal funds. And typically bond funds, as I recall, cannot be used for asbestos. So we have to have a source of funding to cover that, and that's typically the federal funds.
Would it be better for you to do feasibility study first, to identify, what money is for what purpose, and then you resubmit your.
We can do that, but asbestos is only one thing that needs to be fixed, right? And so we use Builder to tell us what really needs to be done at a ballpark figure, and then we'll supplement that with the federal funds. So
Typically, what we find is we'll go through and do a regulated building material survey, and most of the asbestos we find are resilient flooring goods, vinyl asbestos tile. Typically, it's also up in the roofing materials or membranes, both of which typically are not friable. Sometimes the mastic even is not friable. It's, in general, in terms of the overall building representation, it's a small percentage, and it's easily managed during the construction project. So we'll have multiple trades in there at one time. And if there is asbestos present, doing an abatement project on tile or roofing materials is not cumbersome at all. Easily managed.
and much of that is replaced. So instead of dealing with asbestos in the glazing compound, we're just gonna pull the window out and put new, double pane kinds of windows in for energy efficiency and whatnot. So it goes out.
Bruce, we're running low on time.
Oh, yeah,
So-
we need you to wrap it up, please.
Okay. We are got two of them. Next one is the Woodburn Armory, same kind of work to be done at the Woodburn Armory. Again, we'll match that with as much federal money as we can get. And then the Salem Reserve Center, this one has a pretty significant seismic issue with the roof. It's made out of concrete slabs, basically, and it needs some pretty substantial work to keep that one operational. And then the last one is for the Oregon Youth Challenge Program. Everybody's familiar with the Youth Challenge Program. This is kind of the last effort for a lot of kids in Oregon to get their high school diploma. These are folks that have not done well in the normal public school system track. They go through a boot camp type of a system, and they will graduate with their high school diploma, and we're working on systems to even actually get them some work experience as well. They need a new athletic field. Right now, they have to be bused from their current location off-site to athletic fields, running tracks and things like that. And so this project was proposed last biennium. It was not funded, and we're hoping that it gets funded this year to provide those kids with a nice athletic field and outdoor track and that kind of stuff. So those are the 5 projects that we have. And I believe that's the last, oh, there we go. There, that should be the last slide, which you'll break it down by priorities or specific to those 5 projects. And that is all I have. Any other questions? Apologize, we went over.
Question because of us, we ask about it.
The audience was so interesting.
That's right.
There you go. All right.
Thanks for your military service, both of you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right.
We have one more, or are we taking a break?
One more.
One more presenter. Yeah.
Hello.
Basically, that's got the kid spot.
I will clear right out of your way here. Just a second.
Maybe.
You got,
Yes, sir.
good. They're a tough crowd. Watch out for them.
So the next presenter for the record is Oregon Youth Authority. Andre, in the beginning, we talked about 15 minutes is sort of the cap. Unless there's any questions.
Appreciate it, Tim. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dave Billingsley. I'm the Fiscal Plan Operations Manager for OIA. So Oregon Youth Authority overview. Oregon Youth Authority's mission is to protect the public and reduce crime by holding youth accountable and providing opportunities for reformation in safe environments for youth. Facility summary. Total facilities 97. Our current replacement value is $421,921,876. Our gross square footage is 650,504. We have 9 total sites throughout the state. Current facility condition index combined is 0.15. Current condition rating, most of our assets are in poor condition. All past useful life and or maintenance replacement is recommended. Our 10-year FCI is 3.21. Our 3 biennium FCI trend, we'll see on the next slide. So we're trending upwards. We completed a lot of work in the past 2 years, and we have plans for completing much more given our contributions over the past 4 years. This data comes our funding and support from the state and staff. So as of right now, as of this morning, rather, I just updated this. Our close custody beds are at a total of 407, 347 youth and correctional facilities, and 60 in transition programs throughout the state. Community supervision, we have 191 youth living in community programs, 31 residential programs, 72 in OIA foster or proctor homes, and 14 field offices for youth on parole or probation. Our planning factors are based on comparative data. The Oregon Youth Authority has the 7th highest rate of youth incarceration in the U.S. at 151 youth incarcerated per 100,000 youth population. The U.S. average is 87 youth per 100,000 youth population. Our planning factors. The profile of youth in OIA custody indicates a very high level of treatment need, including substance abuse, mental health, history of trauma, special education history. Planning factors continued. Nationally, these characteristics on the rise in youth correctional secure facilities. Facilities of the future need to respond to the profile characteristics and treatment needs of this population in housing, programs, services, staffing, and daily routines.
So recently, we completed our update to our 10-year plan. And the plan recommends completing critical upgrades to our living units and building dedicated off-unit education spaces. It also calls for meaningful improvements that affect the daily experience of youth and staff. This includes strengthened arrival and intake environments, safe and more intuitive campus circulation, more welcoming visitation spaces, expanded youth engagement areas, better spaces for physical activity, secure stabilization environments for youth in crisis. In addition, the plan outlines long overdue deferred maintenance, capital renewal needs, projected population changes. Implementation is thoughtfully phased across 5 biennium to guide sustainable progress. Although the 10-year plan will be refreshed in 31-33 biennium, the priorities that emerge from this work continue to reflect OIA's mission and the agency's direction for the next decade. Additional planning factors include the 10-year strat plan provides a roadmap for transforming our built environment into one that truly supports rehabilitation, dignity, safety, and long-term success. The funding request we will discuss today is aligned with these priorities and grounded in the real documented needs of the youth we serve and the staff who support them. So our seismic risk, Executive Order 2522 compliance, directs that the existing buildings owned by the state of Oregon be systematically improved to achieve a seismic performance benchmark equivalent to at least current building standards for life safety. Our risk categories are a structural classification that groups structures by the potential risk to life safety in the event of failure. For OIA, risk category 3 includes living units and category 2 includes all of the building types. So building part, a portion of a building identified as being structurally distinct due to differences in age, structural system, and physical separation. So the assessment conducted, existing OIA buildings were recently assessed based on the following characteristics: site seismicity, structural system, year of construction, completed retrofit strengthening, notable deficiencies, campus building importance. Buildings in need of seismic improvement were categorized as priority 1, highest priority, or priority 2, lowest priority. So 72% of buildings within OIA are unlikely to meet the benchmark standard for seismic risk. In my notes, I added here that a majority of our buildings are 50 plus years old, and we have a total of 7 buildings that are over 100 years old. Priority 1, buildings and buildings part of high seismic vulnerability and high importance, the most urgent candidates for seismic intervention, combining a significant likelihood of poor seismic performance with high operational significance. Priority 2, buildings and buildings parts are either high seismic vulnerability with a moderate importance, moderate seismic vulnerability with high importance. These building parts warrant near-term consideration. So our priority 1s, a majority of our priority 1s are at McLaren Youth Correctional Facility. These are the living units and service facilities that we have for the youth, either food service or the medical dental clinic, vocational training spaces. Then priority 2, Priority 2 buildings, again, vocational education and training spaces, the Lord High School, and again, medical, dental, food service. There's also what we have, Timberline Hall has our visitation center, gym space for the youth. Continued. That continues for the same types of spaces throughout the same facility. The two others that exist under this listing are our Oak Creek Youth Correctional Facility, the housing units, Aspen, Birch, and Cedar, and then our Tillamook Youth Correctional Facility, the existing building, the entire building at Tillamook Youth Correctional Facility.
Is your Tillamook facility also in tsunami inundation zone or in the flood zone?
Yes, sir. So plan cost summary by type and priority. We've got for deferred maintenance and life safety is 49.1 million. Priority 2 and 3, capital renewals 135.3 million. Priority 4, seismic and risk 74.6 million, and priority 5, modernization is 55.2, totaling for $314.2 million. We listed out our major projects by biennium, and we separated them by design implementation and construction implementation so that we could organize, manage, and oversee in separate 5 biennium. So our first one for 27-29 is going to be our Oak Creek Youth Correctional Facility. This is a construction bond that we've had for several years, and we're definitely looking forward to completing this work. The design implementation, we've just awarded a contract for that, and we're hoping to begin that work before the end of this year, and then which would allow us to begin the construction implementation by early 29. The remainder of the projects consist of the new school at McLaren. This one is a pretty expensive project because of the design phase of it. I heard as I was listening out in the hallway, a majority of this building is just riddled with asbestos, both in the ceiling and the floors. So we're working very closely, we hope to work very closely with architects and engineers to clear that space and reutilize the footprint for the same purpose as a high school for the youth. We'd like to phase this project so that the ask is to go into design implementation in 29 and then immediately at the end of 29-31 biennium, start construction. The current Lord High School is, the electrical system for that building is 70 years old. The last update that we did to that electrical system was in 1994. So it's well behind, and we're at the point to where we're fabricating or requesting that parts be fabricated to maintain the electrical system for that building. It's getting kind of tricky to keep it running. The next one is the demolition of the school. We plan to combine these two, and I just recently learned earlier this year that if we're building the new school in the same footprint as the old school, then we can include the demolition and costs into the architectural and engineering.
It can be bondable if you replace it, otherwise you can't capitalize it.
Absolutely, and that's our plan for this. So it's separated by line item just in case there's some falter or there was a change somewhere, but we wanted to separate the cost itself to show exactly what that portion of it is expected to be. And this is based on a 6% increase for that time frame. So we've gone from 2026 to 2029 at a 6% increase in rate and cost to that date. The McLaren New Arrival Center, this is another project that we plan to go into design phase in early 29, and then with hopes to begin construction by the end of 31. The demo of the gatehouse, since again, this is another project we will demo and then build in its footprint. That project we're hoping to begin at 31. The sightline lighting for the facility, 2033, with construction implementation scheduled for 2033-35. Food service building, again, 33, construction 33-35. The McLaren food service, 35-37. The last two projects that we have are the, in order, I would say, Eastern Oregon Youth Correctional Facility, living unit renovation. Our plans for the design is to complete the design work by early 31 and then go into construction by late 33. And then the Tillamook Youth Correctional Facility Arrival Center. shortly thereafter in 35.
So the arrival center is 3,000 square feet? And
Yes,
it
sir.
cost $8.5 million to build?
Yes, sir.
Really?
In 35.
Okay. Yeah, 3,000 like a residential house, you know, it seems to me.
We're accounting for inflation,
Okay.
and those numbers might seem a little inflated, but we also have to account for construction project management. And there's also design fees that will bleed over into, environmental service costs, because there's some questions around the, again, retrofitting for seismicity, support for environmental services, given the fact that the building is so close to waterways and other sensitive areas, I'll say that much. But this would all inflate the cost of the design and the construction, given the current location of the facility.
So those charts are additive, right? The first column is the design, architecture.
Yes, sir.
Planning, and the next is the implementation of construction.
Yes, sir.
Oh, when you mix them together, related with supervision, permitting, and all, okay.
Yes, sir. We included all those costs and we factored all of those costs into those estimates. And that also included the environmental testing and services required for any implementation.
Yep.
Have you done any work on growth for over the next, we've asked this question with Oregon being different, apparently. When are you going to run out of space, and what are the plans for, you're replacing here, but are we growing? How are you thinking about how we might need increased space for people in the next 10, 15, even, yeah.
If we're with hopes, we only hope to see the population of youth in correctional closed custody facility reduce.
Okay.
But with the renovation projects that we have, our plans are to renovate the spaces to allow for greater populations, while allowing for positive human development practices to remain. Again, greater lighting for the buildings, and spaces that are divided to allow some privacy. As of right now, the youth are actually in open bay spaces, and the positive human development practice and trauma-informed practices suggest that youth would be better rehabilitated in spaces that allow for smaller populations and smaller numbers. So that's what we're really focused on, and in our renovation projects for the cottages and the units that the youth live in.
To play on that question though, and I appreciate the hope, right? We all would hope that too, but knowing the stats that we have, we're the 7th year deck. Seems like I saw a stat that Oregon is like ranked number 9th, bottom of the list of places to live, right? So it just seems like we have a lot of stats that can help inform what we need to be investing in. Do we have any? Are we doing that as an agency, or?
I believe from a programming and services standpoint, we are, and that's reflected in our physical plant projects. We definitely partner with our facility services and programming staff to develop these plans for the facilities. So based on their recommendations, that's what we use to actually design and build living units and facilities.
If we're making informed decisions about our investment, that's really the question. I'm just really looking at the economics situation, the social economics of our state to help inform that investment that we need.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
What drives the fact that we're over almost 2 times the incarceration rate?
I couldn't answer that question, sir. I'm sorry.
Stunning.
It is stunning.
Thank you, Andre. Any other questions?
Appreciate what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Andre.
Looking forward to it.
So that's all our presentation. Appreciate that you guys muscled through it.
Only at 8.
Hey, only 8. So let's take like a 5. You guys have lunch. We'll have a working lunch to kind of just close out our voting and all that kind of stuff. I will, thank you.
Answered all the questions. I'm not sure this is heavier than anybody else.
Yep.
We went from there, I did feel it was it's really great.
What the, Coastal Management,
Then I
have a meeting. Build
Everybody.
New building, it's fancy building. We can have a board of them, like tour, new facility.
Yeah, I'll check them.
Yeah.
Nursing.
The alternative seems a little
Where did she live?
disjointed.
Yeah, she lives.
Yeah.
She got sent it. Outpatient.
I mean, it make more sense. In practice.
Yeah.
I was in administration. It's been a long time.
Well, the second form required
Created a
more
position.
conversation.
Wonderful for somebody with a clinical background. Yeah. Did I get it right, Bill?
All right, we're gonna reconvene here and this is gonna be a bit of a speed run through our plan acceptance and project review criteria. So the first was DHS. We have a motion to accept DHS's leasing plan.
So we need a motion.
Well, last time we didn't, but the time before we did, so it's up to you, Chair.
I know we didn't do it last time, but it kind of gnawed at me afterwards. So in terms of process and transparency, so I think we should just do it regardless. I'm sorry if it's a
Nope.
burden to you, so.
Nope. I can type pretty fast. The tricky part is knowing who did what, and I can see your faces now. So.
So do we have a motion to accept DHS's plan? Do we have a second? Any conversation?
Who did the motion though? One of us to do that?
Bruce did.
Bruce did the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty straightforward.
No
Oh,
comments.
we got somebody's online here.
Oh, Justin.
Hi there.
Hi.
I just am going to state for the record out of an abundance of caution on the DHS plan that I am going to abstain myself from the vote on this plan.
Understood.
Understood.
Thank you. Let's go to a vote.
I'll call for the vote. Members?
I.
So that's Dave's.
One abstention.
Five.
Otherwise unanimous.
Yeah, it's
5 ayes and 1 abstention.
Yeah.
Yep.
all right. Oregon Employment Department.
Justin, I'm going to presume that you're going to abstain from all that you did not
No major construction asked for.
participate in.
So
I've read this stuff. I don't know that I feel like I need to abstain from all of them.
Okay, let me know which ones, then I'll mark those specifically.
Just the DHS one, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
do you have a motion to accept employment's plan?
Okay.
Cindy makes a motion.
Was everybody moving?
I'll second.
Bill second.
Okay, we'll call for,
Any comments?
any comments?
Okay, so no comments. Let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Those opposed? Okay, so for the record, Dave, Cindy, William.
Yep.
Bruce and
Justin.
Justin. Okay.
State Hospital.
Oregon State Hospital.
To accept the plan. Second.
Bill and Dave.
Okay, any discussion?
Any comments on the approach or anything?
I just appreciate could just say the toughness of what they have to do. And I think they have a good, keeping up is the right approach, what they're trying to do. I would just say
Yeah, they're being real progressive in how they're approaching, building their teams. And even how they're like very compliant. I was totally, I mean, a shout out for what they're doing with Joint Commission and their accrediting board. It's really important for them to stay ahead of that. So as it relates, I think they should get a shout out for improving on their analytics.
I agree with the focus on what money they have on keeping up with the demands of the patient and the requirements of the building because of the patient. That makes sense.
Any other comments, discussion? Can we vote?
Vote.
Favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Justin?
Between,
Thank you.
we're going to the next general comment. And looking through these, some are just reporting and some are asking, but it's hard to determine what they're asking for the state legislature ask. There's not a simple way to look at these submittals or the requirements that say, this is my ask. I went to general plan summary, major project summary, and you still can't sort exactly what they're saying, what the ask is for the legislature. I know I'm new here, but maybe I'm missing something.
No, it's a good point. I thought the same thing, and I had to dig down a little bit before I could see the kind of the tranche of 27, 29.
Right.
And so maybe in our future, we can say, in your cover letter, put what you need for this upcoming biennium. So I mean, at least a one-liner that said that.
Yeah.
Just kind of a high-level improvement, that's all.
Can I comment on that? That's exactly what
Joe,
you and I were working on
comment.
this week too, was just trying to sort through the list because it seemed hard to figure out. It was either really long or really short.
Yeah, we'll tighten this up next time. So it's clear. And it's just a process thing, I think, and just communicated to the agencies that we want things broken up a little bit more, so it's easier for the board. We have a vote.
Are we still on corrections?
No, we're on,
Yeah,
we haven't done corrections
Well, the
yet.
hospital right now, right?
yeah, we're still doing the vote on the state hospital.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, I think we just finished that.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Was that
Unanimous.
that was unanimous? Okay. Nothing. Department of Corrections. Any thoughts?
Yeah, for corrections, they requested $30 million for seismic mitigation. Those numbers was just, they just throw the number out there, there was no study associated with it. Was not clear whether they didn't specifically say how much is gonna use for assessment, how much will be is retrofit. Well, just like.
You said they were gonna use it for planning and then the rest for construction, but
Right.
no differentiation.
Differentiation, yeah, but
And also we don't even know that $10 million they're asking is adequate or not. Have no idea.
okay. But they are addressing those issues. They are addressing the planning and they are getting more analysis done. It's just the breakup of how much that costs relative to what they're requesting. Is that what the issue is?
Well, which facility they applying the money also?
Well, they had the three on there.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta give them a shout out for their summary. I did like their summary because it had quite a bit of, clarity to like where they think they're gonna spend, even though we don't have as much detail as we might need in the seismic. It's a planning number and that's all it is.
I think they're trying to
All right.
acquire the detail, yeah, which is what the money's for.
They did answer, I understand where you're headed, right? So they said, look, it's study and to retrofit.
And it's just a swag. It's not even a swag. It's just like, hey, let's put 10, 10, 10. And so, you know, I think the point has been is that you may not have enough to do, or you may have more than enough of what you're at. You may have too much. So I don't think it doesn't, I would still accept the plan. I think my advice to them would be is like tighten up that number. So we know exactly what someone's trying to approve for you, because they could be getting too much money, or they could be getting not enough.
Yeah.
And that's what they're gonna run into.
It's a massive plan. I'd vote to accept the plan.
Yeah.
But that is
We
just
heard
10, 10, 10, like you said, it's just peanut butter.
Yeah.
We have a second.
Second.
So I,
Wait, who moved?
yeah, nobody moved. So I would move to approve the plan with a recommendation that, you know, they, for their own planning purposes, that they, you can help me with the words here, but that to be more dialed in on their seismic approach. They make sure that they have the right board. I hope that is helpful. Anybody can wordsmith that if you wish.
That's fine. That's me. I do that. And as long as I have the idea of what you're trying to convey here. So a vote.
Wait, who seconded?
So we want to second that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right. Let's take we call a vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Justin? Aye. There you have it. Motion carried.
So we have DAS.
The rough one.
This is the tough one.
This is-
It's easier to speak freely that way.
I move to accept the plan.
I second.
All right, discussion? I think we should note that it's about 158 million total project ask. If you look up and down all the priorities from portfolio repositioning, I did like seeing that. Even the motor pool got a part of maybe long overdue planning that they need. So, and if you think statewide, it's really refreshing to think, you know, this 30% goal, like on the leases, it's really going to help us be better stewards for the whole enterprise. So happy about all that in the direction. So any other discussion from the?
Back to my original point, I think that the presentation really is easier to understand about what the ask is.
Yeah.
It was direct and it was categorized.
And I also like the approach of conducting the feasibility study first, then request the number afterwards,
Yeah.
and then stay within the budget by 1%. That should be the role model for everybody else.
A simple formula.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept.
Aye.
Okay, Ken,
No,
isn't-
let's see. Bill moved to approve, Kent seconded. Now we're to the vote.
All right, we call for approval.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Justin? Aye. Motion carried.
Friends of ODOT, isn't that?
This one's DOT, right?
Joe, are you on DOT?
Yeah. Oregon Department of Transportation? Yep. I just have it all spelled out.
I'd like to give Randy a shout out for a cleanup of that efficiency data. Just by purging out bad data, he was really improving the integrity of his whole project.
He dropped the line straight down.
Yeah, he brought the line just by better, cleaner, higher integrity data. So shout out for that.
Interesting thing, it was sort of uniform that everyone is endorsing the use of Tririga and folding Tririga, and so we're even more consistent throughout the next session.
I think people are eager. Involved.
Yeah, we're happy to hear that.
Any other comments? A resource constraint, so it's not like they are doing something bold.
Yeah, I thought they were being real proactive too in their building performance standards. So was really glad to see that they had engaged third party to certify their energy management. And so, like,
I would just say one thing, because Jenny was kind of mentioning, the resource constraint, I think we all know that. But kudos to them for actually trying to figure out how to save money. It's part of that presentation is that they were the least approach in their strategy has saved over $6.5 million.
Right. We have a motion to accept.
Motion.
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's take a vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Justin?
Aye.
Appears to be unanimous.
I would say for the military one, that's next. This reflected on your comments about the budget and how clarity and what's really being asked for. I think it would be really helpful for the next time around. It's like, this is the budget, this is how much the feds are bringing to the table, so we can actually really see that.
Yeah, the blended total on the plan summary was a little confounding, but then when we got down to
How to break it out a little
Yeah.
bit.
by major project, then we knew, but it was like, oh, all of that federal money. And I think they answered nicely. I mean, a shout out for just kind of clarifying. This is we get a lot of funding from the feds. We also are required to match, like that 1-to-1. Where that matching concept is so important for all the military. So, and shout out for their energy savings.
They did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. Major projects, it was 5. When you add them together, there were 14 million. When you look at the sheets, major project summaries, 53. So as you said, Bill, I don't know where the federal money is matching there, but that was confusing.
Okay. We can, I can reference that when I send them the memo.
Yeah, and they did say specifically that they had 27 to 29 general fund, 15 million they were asking above the bond money that we saw on like the second to last page of Chris's presentation.
But those 5 that he listed with pictures next to them, they said state fund requested, it's a specific, simple number.
Yeah,
For the state,
it's not
nothing to do with federal.
your point is well taken.
But I don't have the impression that they're not being good stewards, they're
No,
not leveraging
no.
that money. It's just that it's hard to see.
Presentation.
Yeah,
We don't have questions about the project.
No.
Right.
Makes sense.
That's great.
Motion to accept.
motion to accept.
I move
I'll
to
second.
accept.
All right, further discussion, if any? All right, call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Justin?
Aye. Aye.
There's unanimous.
All right, OIA is our last one.
We didn't ask him or bring him down. I think the number's 214 from the major project summary note. But
They presented a lot of information. They're talking about some of the projects they want to, the funding they want to seek in like 2035. I was baffled with this 3,000 square feet structure, the construction cost is like $8.5 million. That's, I don't know, it's baffling, you know. I don't know, there's some very expensive homes out there with 25 acres. It's not gonna cost that much money. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know. I have a little mixed feeling about it. I don't know.
That's just based on escalation, right? That was just
Well,
based.
that's what he was saying.
Yeah, saying,
So,
right, to which
alluding
resident,
to
so is it the escalation? fees
35,
excessive?
26.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just planning numbers. They're not asking for those numbers
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
They may resolve themselves when they do ask them, that they may be revised down because inflation hasn't.
Sure.
I think it's,
That makes sense.
I think, well, I encourage agencies to factor in contingency.
So I guess that's, what you're kind of leading this whole effort. Do we have so if I'm an agency, I'm gonna throw some really big, swag escalation number, and I'm gonna give you the first impression, I need that much money. And if another agency come in, they are already, they are more realistic, and they give you smaller escalation number. How are we gonna, across agencies, are we gonna make them somewhat consistency, give them some guidelines on those?
Well, we could. I think we're in the process of developing some guidelines on seismic, but it's part of our to-do work. I think having some consistency in cost, I think, is kind of problematic because there's just different factors that influence their cost.
Yeah, if I'm one of those agents sitting in that presentation, I'm gonna study whoever, use the highest escalation. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna use that for my agency next year. There's nothing wrong. There's no downside for me to do that.
I think DAS recognizes that from Jeremy and conversations I've had in getting Tririga installed. There's an RS means module in there that will make more consistent estimating if everybody's on Tririga and they use the RS mean module to get to the FCAs, FCAs. So I think the effort is getting there to try to get standardization of those escalation numbers.
Yeah.
So they're not there now.
So that's one thing. The other thing is, I constantly ask the questions that, is your facility going to be in tsunami inundations, or is already in tsunami inundations? I know that Executive Order 2522 only talk about seismic, but if we extend the spirit of that executive order, I think that probably ought to also cover the tsunami risk as well. But it's not clear to me. It's not my position to this. I want to defer this to the board for have a discussion on this. The reason I bring this up is that for a state agency, we have a post-event mission. For post-event operation, Bill was asking about, hey, what is the post-event goal, operational goal for your agency? And if your facility is going to be wiped out by tsunami, and what kind of example are you setting for the community? And we've been telling the community, do this, do that, and we're not showing good leadership. So I just want to, I know it's not covered in the executive order explicitly, but how far should we, should we have a separate, discussion on this? How should we deal with, especially in the coastal region, they have both seismic and earthquake issues.
So, guys, asking, understood, but there's like a whole bunch of things that, I think someone could have us consider that may be very thoughtful, but we only have, our purview is this, even though there could be some issues outside of it, like tsunami could be outside of that. Can we even have that part of our discussion?
I mean, you can have part of the discussion and we can just give them notes in their plan acceptance to consider tsunami inundation as far as your priority planning. I mean, if ROI is one of the reasons why you're not you're potentially disposing of a facility. And it's just seismic related issues. Should we also, as a matter of policy, say that tsunami immunization is something else that needs to be considered, whether or not a facility has long-term practicality. There's nothing sort of codified for that right now. We don't have an executive order, but as a matter of just gas policy, we could probably,
I believe you should consider.
we should, yeah, as part of the process, we could add that to our consideration.
Yeah. Which is the kind of thing we've been doing, but
Yeah.
adding notes for them, but not denying their plan.
Yeah. So do we have a motion to accept?
So moved. Motion to accept. OYA.
Second.
Your second?
Sure.
All right. Any further discussion?
I would like to add, you know, maybe because we kind of discussed a lot late about a tsunami, we want to make a note on this thing. Is this too late for us to add those comments to, for example, for the human services, because they have a facility in tsunami inundation zone in Astoria. And also the military too, also they have this same challenges as well. And, you know, I know the OYA in Tillamook, I think that's why I asked him the question, is your Tillamook facility in tsunami? He said, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can add that to DHS. I mean, they've already prioritized the project, so.
I understand, maybe just for the future, you know,
Yeah.
It's more of a thoughtful.
Exactly, right, yeah, it's already water under the bridge, that's fine, well, but the thing is, if we have an opportunity to intercept, now, I think it's a good idea for them next time when they, you know, as they move forward, when they do planning, whatnot, I think they should be part of their consideration. Yeah. Yeah.
Noted, and we'll do that for the next time.
Those notes are good. We need to go attention to the. All right.
Right. We're gonna take a vote on the OYA. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Justin?
Aye. Sorry, I got it. I can't remember where the mute button is.
Joe, do you have all you need?
Now we've got to do the project plans.
All right, let's go.
So I'm offering a different approach to this. Just for time reasons. There's a lot of projects here that are above $1 million, but we don't have to rank all projects. Just the ones that have this added value potential that separates them. So for instance, an infrastructure project is not going to score very well in this. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense for us to spend time going, no, 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 no. So I just highlighted the ones that we would have a potential to have it ranked. Does that seem like a reasonable approach? Or is that something you'd rather go through everything?
No. Let's go what you're suggesting.
Okay. So I think the first project is for the state hospital.
Okay.
And I think it's the Salem facility safety and efficiency renewal.
Okay, I'm just gonna go for it, Daniel, okay?
Go for it.
So Salem Facility Building Safety and Efficiency Renewal. First question, is the project supported by the agency's strategic facility and master plan?
Unknown, they don't have they're working on their master plan. Do we want to say unknown or? Good enough, unknown, because
Unknown.
they don't have a master. They're developing their master plan.
Has the agency identified or secured an appropriate project site?
Not applicable.
Is it not applicable?
Correct, because it's repair, it's what's existed, it's existing.
Is the project the continuation or completion of a project?
Say yes to continue. I mean, I don't know about officially, but they're probably doing as much as they can all the time of those kinds of things. I don't know.
I'd say it's a continuation.
Yeah, thanks.
Is the project construction ready?
Let me look at their,
This one.
All the life safety, all of
it's in
their
a,
security.
it's in the planning phase.
It's like the security and their secure.
Yeah, yeah, I think this planning phase, I don't know if it's ready, but moving that way. But I think it's, yeah, so I guess the answer is just no. It's not.
Okay.
Right.
Does the project reduce the agency's deferred maintenance backlog?
The answer is just, yeah, yes.
Okay. Does the project mitigate a risk to the agency's facilities?
Yeah, yes.
Does the project implement climate change adaptation strategies?
Efficiency renewal by title.
Oh, an efficiency renewal, I guess, so, yeah.
Okay. Does the agency have sufficient capacity to execute the project?
I don't know. Unknown.
Unknown. Okay. Does the project result in a net consolidation of space?
No.
Does the project support agency collaboration?
No. It's for the hospital, right? Yeah.
Does the project budget seem reasonable for the scope of work?
Probably don't know.
Unknown.
Unknown, yeah. Okay. Any comments on that?
I think it's important, it's that just that we understand the importance of the work. It is critical work.
Any other projects for the state hospital, Daniel?
No, I think that's, the rest are just, kind of maintenance projects. They're not gonna score very high.
What next?
I think the Department of Corrections has a few that we should look at.
Okay. For that SRCI backup power generator and fuel tank. We start with that one.
The seismic resilience, that's what I have.
Yes, okay.
Where is this at?
The Department of Corrections seismic resilience, the 3 projects for 30,000. Couple we're talking about?
Yeah, the OSP, OSCI, and SCI.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go for those. You good with that, Daniel?
Yeah.
All right. Is the project supported by the agency's strategic facility and master plan?
I guess the master plan does not have, I think they did a facility assessment, condition assessment, but that they don't have seismic component in it.
Yeah, I think their planning happened before the executive order came out.
Right.
So they're playing catch up, but they're being proactive about it.
So yes, the answer is yes.
Has the agency identified or secured an appropriate project site?
Yes. Yes. Right.
Is the project a continuation or completion of a project?
No, no, this is the beginning. Yeah, no.
Is the project construction ready?
No, no.
Does the project reduce the agency's deferred maintenance backlog?
Yeah.
What was that? Was that a no?
Oh, there you go.
No, okay. Does the project mitigate a risk to the agency's facilities?
Yes. Yes.
Does the project implement climate change adaptation strategies?
Related.
That's no.
Yeah, no.
Just no.
It's no, or do you think it's unknown? Unknown, maybe unknown.
Because they don't know what they're doing, right?
Yeah,
Well,
they don't.
They're trying to figure out.
They're trying to figure out, they get money.
Does the agency have sufficient capacity to execute the project?
Only with help.
Okay. Does the project,
As an example, we don't really ask them to talk to us about
Yeah,
it.
yeah, this is, you're right.
Okay, yeah, so we just put a note.
Yeah, but you're right. The answer is we should be
Yeah,
asking this question.
No, it's an expert opinion.
yeah, how we can't, we don't
can't
ask
speak
them
to
to
that.
address that, but. So we say a note.
does the project result in a net consolidation of space?
It's just doing retrofit. It's
That's
not reducing anything.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
that's a no.
Does the project support agency collaboration?
Seismic upgrade? No.
No,
Does the project budget seem reasonable for the scope of work?
No.
No.
We don't know. We don't know.
we do not know.
Any additional comments?
We want to say, should we, I guess we have two options. One is that, for this round, they can refine, and maybe they can separate refine and breakdown by separating the budget for assessment and
Construction design.
visual design, yeah, so something to that effect. And in the future, I think they should follow that model, basically doing feasibility study first, and then come to the table, ask for money. Yeah.
So some of these questions where we're saying no, we may want to do a non-applicable. No reads different than NA. So like reduce the portfolio or agency collaboration, the seismic retrofit. That's not a no.
That's fair.
Not applicable.
That's fair.
And
Yeah, sure.
skew the weight.
That's
Okay.
fair.
Yes,
That's fair.
makes sense, yes.
So are there any other of those no's that we should change?
Yeah, that's good idea.
Okay. So starting at the top, it's a project continuation completion of a project,
So that's still a no.
project construction ready,
No.
project reduce agencies deferred maintenance backlog,
I think that's still, oh. It's
Just
Yeah.
Seismic deferred maintenance.
Okay, your thing is just NA.
Yeah.
Okay.
are we thinking 5 should be an NA? Project reduce agency deferred
Yes.
maintenance backlog, that to an NA,
Yeah.
got it, all right. Then the other last two are 9 and 10, project result in a net consolidation of space.
That's still a no.
No.
Does the project support agency collaboration?
Not applicable.
But will 9 be NA as well?
Yeah, that would be not applicable.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Ready to move on?
Yes.
Right. More for Department of Corrections, Daniel?
Yeah, so we have the HVAC control upgrade, mechanical upgrade. I mean, it's a big project. It's not.
I'm looking at the major project summary for DOJ, Department of Correction rather, right? $18 million of HVAC improvements. Is that what you're? There's a specific